Colleagues, we are not yet. Hello once again in these hard times. I'm delighted to see you here, and we went over one challenging period and another one has started. Certain problems that seemed very relevant and important previously, and those problems which seem to be on the table are now not that important, but of course they have not disappeared. And today we are going to have a very serious and productive and important discussion. And the importance of this discussion is encoded in the name of this conference. I am the journalist, but not only that, I am also a farmer. I have the farmer's certificate, and I am involved in growing lobsters. And these problems are important to me because actually I am involved in growing crayfish, and this event is not unusual. Animal rights protectors formulate various problems and do that by means of modern technologies. And with the help of these technologies, they compose a new agenda. But at this event, we are going to speak about a different issue. We will speak about all those problems which are also related to animal welfare, and this will be done from the point of view of those who are engaged in animal breeding. We will review their position too. Therefore, a certain conflict on both sides is inevitable, pre-programmed. We are a civilized people, and that means that we have to solve the problems by means of discussions. It's not very usual to speak about animal breeding in a constructive way, but those who are trying to touch upon these issues lag behind the realities of this area, because things have changed not only in technological terms, but also in the terms of view of the attitude. What attention is being paid to ensuring better health of the farmed animals, that they avoid any lack of comfort and feel well. You are much better experts in this area than anybody else, than the other party. And this phenomenon should be discussed wider in the public media, because very often we hear the declarations of those who, speaking in general, do not have the slightest idea about the specifics. And they do not understand the specific problems that this sector encounters and how they are being dealt with not only in Lithuania but much wider. And today we should speak not only about the issues which are related to the specifics, but also we shouldn't forget that in the public area we have various phenomena underway which could be favorable to such informed discussions based on arguments, but also there are such statements which try to pose obstacles for the sector. And one of the challenges is the problem of self-determination, that is, courage. When in the public media there is a certain narrative being built, when there is a specific way of speaking and specific answers are being prompted to the public, in such a situation, it's very difficult to offer another agenda as an alternative. And I believe that today we will be able to do that. And therefore, let us start. Now, a few words about the working procedure. At 1 p.m., we will have lunch. If you want to listen to English or Lithuanian when English is spoken, you may use the interpretation function. You may take the headset at the entrance and set the necessary channel. After part 1, you will be able to ask questions and discuss on issues after the second part as well. And we will try to discuss the main questions. Now, I would like to give the floor to Saulius Jasas, who is Director of Sustainable Agricultural Production and Food Industry Department at the Ministry of Agriculture.
Labą dieną visiems.
Good morning. We are dealing with an important topic today. In the area of agriculture, we have to see a holistic picture from the grower, from the farmer to the consumer, and the whole food chain. We have to have the view of the whole food chain. And if we speak about the position of the government and the Ministry of Agriculture, we see the need for the long-term vision so that the business and the state invest in certain directions. And today, we are getting such messages from the other party that maybe the conduct with the behavior or with the animal treatment is insufficient, improper. We should react. And as it was said during the introductory word, animal welfare criteria and the conditions of raising the animals have been improved drastically, and the trend is improvement. So this is our vision. Coming back to the investments on the part of the state, during the transitional period till the new programming period, in the context of the future of the CAP, we can see that in the area of animal breeding and animal production, we have to have the respective prospects. Now, in the area of agriculture, if we and animal breeding, if we see the world trends, at the moment we do not have the reality corresponding to the vision, and it should change. The animal origin proteins are now being replaced by other categories. We also see the changing consumer behavior. But this doesn't happen overnight or over a year. And for that, we need a long-term vision. There are certain decisions to be adopted here and now, and this requires a short-term solution, but also a long-term solution. The European Commission and Lithuania is planning, has a 7-year planning period. And the financial instruments will have to come closer to this sector as a result of the pandemic. And they are important not only for Lithuania, but at the level of the EU. It is important to note that the ministry doesn't want to adopt the fast decisions, and I will go to one of the topics, that is the fur animals breeding business. This seems to be a narrow sector, but it gives an impulse to the general direction in livestock breeding, livestock farming. And the ministry has ordered a survey which would respond to many questions. What would happen if such businesses as animal fur production would be closed? How that would affect the rural development and so on? And do we really have to state that such businesses have to be stopped? The present event, today's discussion, has to formulate the future vision, where we go and at what pace, and how we adapt to the changing situations. This is as much as my introductory word goes, and I would like to wish you a productive discussion. And I know that at the end of this event, there will be a resolution drafted, and I hope that these decisions will help the livestock farming sector to develop. All the best.
Dėkui Sauliui Jasiui. Viktoras Pranckietis, profesorius Viktoras.
Professor Viktoras Pranckietis, the chairman of the rural Committee of Rural Affairs at the Lithuanian Parliament. Hello. Thank you for giving the floor. Unfortunately, we have to organize such events as this because we have this topic. And I have to come here for this reason. Why? Because somebody is trying to transpose their own ideology to the wider society and make use of that politically. And I thought of a topic, and I will probably not reveal it, but I will note the key words of my topic. That is the reasons for the interpretations of the program policy and the consequences thereof, or why are we forced to think differently. And I will try to provide the answers to you that we shouldn't be forced to think otherwise, because nobody, just like with your belief or faith, should not be made to think that you will love God more or less from now on. At the beginning, I was offered to say the welcoming speech, but I do not have what to greet you with. I will probably congratulate you at the end. We are starting with something very important, which stems from the ideas developing individuals. The idea of environmentally friendly policy has developed a whole generation, and today's ideology is the ideology of wider circles. And we are now at the junction of ideology and politics. And during the Soviet times, when people spoke about political ideology, it was related to politics determining ideology and economy. Today, economy has to decide on the economy. And I believe that economy has to have an impact on politics. This is the ideology of capitalism, which we all studied. I will go back to what I have written here. Populism is very often born by ideology. Populism refers to the nation. What is the nation? What is the people? The people is meant by the TikTok users, and they have gathered into social networks. I see you smiling. Yes, but in social networks, there are bubbles generated, which the representatives of which start believing in this ideology being spread. Ideology being leads to certain decisions during democratic election, and they lead to Putinism, fascism, and this has become extremely relevant today when we, together with Ukraine, are fighting Russia. We are facing a very serious economical and political situation, and we cannot be ignorant of the consequences that we will have after that. Another issue is hypocrisy, which is the result of weak policies and weak politicians. Weak politicians are trying to find power in votes, but are not courageous enough to speak their mind. Today, I am speaking my mind, and I do not want to be a weak politician elected as a result of weak statements, pluralism, radicalism, and many other isms that lead to fascism, Putinism, and other evils. This uses democratic instruments to force on others their own ideology. Today, the democratic mechanism is represented by the majority of votes. And this technology is used today as well. However, I hope that common sense also has the right to win. Let's take some examples from the policies which have already been implemented by the current government of the Republic of Lithuania, which today often is based on the party's program. And the argument that this was included in the party's program is not based on the consequences. The consequences have to be known and listed in the governmental program. If we made a mistake, we have to acknowledge the mistakes, and we should not further pursue that only by saying that this was included in the party program. Let me give you one example. On the 1st of May, the law on animal welfare will become null and void, and I had suggested that it should be written for 4 years, and this provided for the chipping of skunks and cats and dogs, and the result on the 1st of May will be the following. 300,000 people will not have chipped their cats, dogs, and skunks, and they will be violating the law. What has won, the common sense or the majority of votes? The latter. And this happened under our parliament. Unfortunately, it was not possible to convince people to vote differently so that we continue the work. The work will have to be done. So those who had determined the validity of the law have to make proposals to extend the validity of the law now. There are other results. For instance, the subordination of the State Food and Veterinary Service. It says that the governmental program states that. Is this an argument? No. Will it make the organization which is functioning well to function better? No. We will not know how it is functioning. And the same happened to the transferring the Ministry of Agriculture to Kaunas when people left the ministry. Has it made it better? No. It has lost specialists. Because I live in Kaunas, of course, I would be happy to have the ministry closer. But it has its buts. So we have various other examples of silly decisions when certain ideological, dogmatic, silly objectives are being pursued. And I will also admit that I am guilty of being unable to convince people of another result. We are trying to regulate everything. We are trying to enshrine everything in laws, rules, and regulations. Yesterday, I visited Aukštadvaris at the meeting of. I was at the meeting of farmers, and they were introduced to the changes of the regulations, and I listened to the farmers and those who believe in the potential of environmentally friendly production. They are disappointed, and probably they might leave the environmentally friendly organic farming sectors in the long term. Now we are speaking about even penal codes, the penal code, and if there is a violation, they are sanctioned and punished. So actually, an individual has the regulations not only about plowing, the depth of plowing in the manure, but also about everything. And people drafting those laws, they do not understand what they are doing. They copy things, but they do not always understand it. We have to give the freedom to people to work. Just work. They are not asking for anything else. They are not begging. They are not asking for benefits. We have Okaini company in Kėdainiai district. The elder of the administrative ward said that in the radius of 10 kilometers, there is not a single individual asking for any social support. Is it not the result of those people who are working? Yes, of course. And they are creating a product, they are active, they are capable, and they are using their brains to obtain that result. Let us not stop them. Why am I here? I asked this question at the beginning. because I respect people's work, because I believe in common sense, because I believe that God will enlighten us. And happy coming Easter.
Ačiū ponui Viktorui.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Viktoras. Well, it was an emotional speech, but it also provided us with food for thought. So we will have discussions, but as I said, let us have those discussions at the end of the first part of the conference. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Freigofas. He's the founder of the association, The Freedom to Choose. Good morning. It is difficult to take the floor after Mr. Viktoras. You set a very serious tone for our discussions. So I'm Žilvinas Freigofas. I'm one of the founders of this association. I will also be joined by my colleague Auster later on this stage. So why are we here? I would like to tell you how our association was founded. I'm a marketing specialist, I'm a PR specialist, and throughout my life, my professional life, I was on the other side of the barricade. So I think that you have let the fox into the chicken's den. Well, I believe that those who saw animals being destroyed will agree with me. And when we started having discussions about 5 years ago about why the situation wasn't changing, why we kept on seeing those terrible scenes, we decided to talk to the sector, because it is difficult to understand the situation from outside. If you live in a city and only see something on the screen, you have the impression that the situation is like this. But I believe that a balanced consumption of meat is more healthy than overconsumption. But we all have to make our own decisions, and this is not the subject of our discussions. Over those 5 years, while implementing our projects and while having discussions, we saw that when the two sides fail to communicate, there are no reasonable solutions aimed at improving the conditions for animals and aimed at raising awareness and encouraging people to reduce consumption. Have you noticed how many people in Lithuania are omnivorous? Did you see the figure on the previous slide? Did you see the figure? So it's 94%. But when you look at the communication, how are things communicated when it comes to fur animals and food of animal origin? Well, there is a lot of controversial information, and there's also the thought that you should be feeling bad for eating products of animal origin. So how is it that there are only 6% of people who don't eat meat? Why so many people still are omnivorous? Well, it's a very interesting thing, and I don't know the answer to that question, but I do understand that there's something wrong here, and we need to change things. And for example, our association also wanted to see a different view, and being a marketing specialist, I was interested in things like this. So let us have an experiment. You can see a picture here. So can you tell me what kind of message it is sending to us? Well, there's a storm coming. What else? We see some spring flowers. Well, there are lots of ticks in that meadow. So do you think that there are wrong answers? No. But it would be better if we looked at this meadow from this point of view. So would the fly be correct in saying that there is only manure and waste around me? And would the bee be correct in saying that I can only see flowers and blossoms around me? So when it comes to solving problems, we should be aware that there are no wrong answers or wrong opinions. Right are those who are saying that we need to consume various things and that we should reduce consumption. But we are not successful in encouraging people to give up products of animal origin. So we decided that we could help your opponents. We can do it step by step and make sure that there are more people who would change their habits. But on the other hand, we also saw that nobody listens and nobody sees farmers. The only things people see are those shocking messages, shocking scenes, but they don't know that the situation as regards animal welfare has changed considerably, but nobody wants to send that message and nobody wants to engage in a constructive dialogue in order to further improve the situation step by step. So on the one hand, we have one side which says that we need to prohibit everything, but then I look at those 94% and think what are the chances of implementing change because so many people are sticking to their old habits. So I believe that we should do it step by step. So this is the data that I mentioned, and I think that we should extend our hand towards all sides, all groups, and we could organize another event where we could sit down with our opponents and decide whether we can do something specific that would help us to agree. Because currently no side will win in this debate if everybody sticks to their opinion. And now I would like to invite my colleague Auste, who has observed certain communication trends over the last 5 years. And she tried to look at things from the points of view of farmers. She tried to understand why farmers fail in their communication, why they are unable to send their message about the way they are helping and about the real situation. So she will be speaking about the changes that are possible in this area. Thank you, Žilvinas. Good morning, everyone. I will tell you what our objectives are in the area of communication today and during midterm and in the long term. So we want for all sides to be heard, and we want objectivity to dominate. We want objectivity in the media because we are often faced with situations where we want to offer some information on livestock breeding, livestock farming, but if the journalist represents the opposite side, they are unwilling to accept that information. So the question arises, can a journalist, while being a vegan, be objective when talking about livestock farming? Isn't it the same if we had a journalist, a conservative journalist, who would be asked to objectively speak about social democrats? And then the same can be said about politicians. If a politician has received information from vegans, can that politician be objective? So thank you, Professor, for this fresh look at the situation. And then business. Business is not interesting to anyone as long as it functions well. if everything is okay with animal welfare, things can be very boring. And before I started working in the area of livestock farming, I wasn't interested in that. It was more interesting for me to look at the scenes broadcast by vegans, because there was blood, there were other shocking scenes, and they made me think that I could contribute to saving the world. And then there's one more sector, that is non-governmental organizations. Since the beginning of our independence, NGOs were developing very fast and have become really professional. Some NGOs have reached such level of professionalism that they can now collect large sums of money and use this money effectively for communication, for attracting new employees, and for their expansion. As regards money, I will not speaking what is good, what is bad, but on this slide you can see a picture from Cowspiracy and some photos that attract more attention than usual photos published by our business. So the money. In 2021, investments into plant-based meat increased by 60%. That is an increase in 1 year. This is an additional $5 billion added to the previous investments. These are huge sums of money, so this raises the question, how can animal farmers or organizations that represent them can become tools of communication? For example, yesterday I saw a pack of vegan sausages, and 250 grams cost €3. And the ingredients were some starch, some water, and protein. And if you compare this to the price of chicken, no further discussions are needed. So the aim of our association is to encourage people to think and to make decisions accordingly. So now let us talk about the vegan fashion. Here you can see a label from a jumper. I bought it accidentally, and I saw that it had a certificate attached to this. And the certificate says that this jumper has been approved as suitable for wearing by PETA, that is the Organization for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And I decided to find out what I should do if I wanted to obtain such a certificate. And I opened a website and I saw that it was very simple. If I bought a certificate, I paid $250 per year, I could attach such certificates to my products. If I wanted to obtain a real certification from PETA, I would need to be verified by a certain company, and I saw that there are 1,000 companies who have PETA certificates. So this means that PETA easily attracted several million dollars, and there is also a special center for companies in India. So this is the current situation. And what does it mean if you support the activities of PETA? So they base their activities on several principles. No experiments with animals, no use of animals for hard work, no selection while breeding, no selective breeding, no and no entertainment with animals like horse riding, entertainment at the zoos. And as my colleague said, the percentage of people who would support these principles in Lithuania is 0.6%. Our objective is not to win a victory against vegans, but we don't want other people to gain victory against us, to win against us. We in the animal farming sector want to follow the road of improvement. But if the other side says that that no improvement is possible and closing is the only solution, we then have to approach the politicians and thank you to them. We want to have a constructive dialogue, and the ideal result that we would like to have in the future would be a conscious consumer, a mindful consumer who thinks before buying, and mindful business will follow this mindful consumer. Because we can see that sometimes when it comes to our opponents or people who are vegans, sometimes consider themselves to be more right. And if there is one group in the society which thinks that it is better and more righteous than the other groups, this leads to serious problems mentioned by Professor. And I'm now entering a danger zone where I would start speaking about various manipulations in the manipulative communication tools, and I wouldn't be able to stop talking about it if I started. So I will finish here, and thank you for your attention.
Dėkui. Norėčiau pakviesti Vytautą Tėvelį, Lietuvos paukštininkystės asociacijos.
Hello. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to Vytautas Tėvelis, who is Vice President of the Lithuanian Bird Breeding Association, and Romas Gužauskas, who is the scientific researcher of Kaunas Technological University. First of all, I would like to explain that the statement that 94% of our population is omnivorous. It is stated in the Bible. God was creating the world, and on Sunday he sat down happy with what he has created and allowed a person, a human being, to make use of all that God has created. This is what the humankind is doing. Now, when speaking about poultry farming, I would like to say that we are not against birds' welfare. We would like to see all hens walking in the beautiful flowery meadow. As TV journalists are showing, like nice 7 hens are walking among the blooming flowers. But of course, would the 7 free-range hens would be sufficient for to feed everyone? And the poultry farming representatives appear in a difficult situation from time to time. The first time we started talking about that was when the EU entered when Lithuania entered the EU, and the directive on laying hens came into force, which stipulated that the Soviet-type cages have to be replaced with those complying with the requirements of the EU directive. Of course, the poultry farmers realized that the cages approved by the EU were based on scientific research about birds' behavior. These cages provide more space for the bird, and the conditions to sharpen the nails, and there are boxes with sand in the cages. These EU cages comply the minimum animal welfare requirements. Of course, poultry farmers had had to make compromises. Some, in sudden pain, had to do away with the newly erected cages in order to comply with EU requirements. These amounted to huge sums. For instance, it cost up to 1 million liters to replace the cages in the farms with 30,000 laying hens. But the farmers did it. They took loans, and they had to do that by 2012. That is 10 years ago. At that time, nobody raised any questions. There were no movements, no public opinions that such keeping of hens and birds is evil, and that amounts to torture. No. Also, it is noteworthy that many Western European factories received huge orders. We can only guess whether it was a coincidence or not, but after 2012, there was a movement appearing saying that such keeping of laying hens amounts to torture of the birds. And these were dirty methods to show, to search for really neglected farms, and to show the pictures on TV and in the media of the birds being tortured. We are not against improvement. We are not against public opinions. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. But when such attitudes are being spread by paid organizations, this is damaging to a certain number of people involved in egg production in Lithuania. Lithuania today produces the amount of eggs that we are able to consume. Approximately, an individual uses 280 eggs per year. This is a similar average in many European countries. And now, with this movement coming, we saw that one huge egg producer invited the representatives of the organization Empty Cages to visit the farm and to make their observations. And of course, they didn't see any evil. They did not provide any evidence of that. A week ago, there was a Delphi article of the same organization, Empty Cages, that there's something wrong in the farm again. These are dishonest actions, to say it simply. As I have said, this movement exists, and these actions are targeted at restaurant networks and trade networks. And they have committed that by 2025, they will stop using the non-free range chicken hens. We see that this is already being done when we look at the recipes of cakes. How much would that cost? Approximately 60 to 70 million euros. Who can allocate this amount to compensate for the thrown away equipment which was mounted only 10 years ago? 70 million targeted not on production efficiency, but in order to satisfy a certain number of people, their attitudes. Regarding the attitude of the state, we lack the respective counter attitude of the state to withstand such movements, and the funds have not been allocated in the strategic plan. When we entered the EU, we received EU support, which helped to transform the cages. But today, we do not see any support on the part of the state for such transformations. Now, if we move on to the free-range farming, according to the norms, 10 hectares should be allocated for a farm of 30,000 birds for the birds to walk freely. Is it realistic? Not really. Recently, I saw an ad on TV. Maxima has made a cake without the eggs of the laying hens kept in cages. Is the cake better? More delicious? Professor Gružauskas will try to respond to this question. He is a scientist. And I would like to wish you nice Easter eggs and buy the eggs from hens kept in cages and paint them and eat them. You will not suffer. Thank you, Professor Vytautas Tėvelis, Dr. Habilis, for such a nice introduction and observations. I have some different questions. The consumption is 300 eggs per individual. So this is actually the same as one individual raising 7 hens. Poultry farming is a very well-organized business at the international level because we export poultry to 52 world countries. And this is regulated by 2 directives, and one regulates keeping hens, and it acknowledges both cage farming and alternative poultry farming. All those hen farming systems have been regulated in 1992, and we ensure access to water, we ensure veterinary service and treat from traumas and provide all rights to the animals provided for in the directives. What hen keeping systems do we have? Simple cages, group cages, free-range chicks, barriers, and the evaluation is with pluses and minuses. Two pluses means good, and if we see that the group cage and simple cage farming has many pluses, we have social health and social behavior. And all these issues are related to how they behave. The metabolism of hens is very fast and they tend to cannibalism. If we have a big group, it is difficult to manage that. They have a hierarchical structure, and if a hen is at the lower stratum, it will never hit the hen from the higher stratum. And of course cannibalism manifests itself also in the same way. Then we have to bear in mind a better a natural conduct. Of course, those hens which are free range have better conduct, but we also have the wild wild birds migration, and they transmit bird flu. And if we let the birds walk in 10 hectares, I don't know how we will be able to safeguard them from bird flu. How can we ensure to a hen 20 to 40 luxes of light, because more it will be damaging, health damaging. If the hen bathes itself in sand, we have to utilize to disinfect the sand. How can we do that? But the impression is such that a free-range hen walking in the meadow feels really well. Not really, because every system has its advantages and disadvantages. Now, regarding product quality, let us drink milk, because it has approximately 400 fatty acids. Let's eat eggs, because it has approximately 1,000 different composition proteins. These products are absolutely excellent quality products which are very health beneficial. However, eggs' nutritional value in terms of proteins, amino acids, and so on, does not depend on the color of the shell and and other aspects. This is related to other nutritional factors. For instance, microbiological pollution, and willy-nilly we find in the eggs of free-range chicken more salmonella, enterobacteria, and campylobacter. And moreover, in the eggs of free-range chicken, we find more fungus that can cause various diseases. And virus transmission via eggs is low, and it depends on the keeping system. So microbiological pollution is higher among free-range chicken. And together with the Kaunas Technological University Artificial Intelligence Center and other scientific laboratories and scientists, we organized a seminar. The investments amount to 50 million euros into the creation of the whole structure related to digestive tract health promotion. Nutritional value. there's no other proteins except there are no other proteins except for soya, and which would amount to 27%. Moreover, when we replace the ingredients in the feedstock, for instance, if we use rape oil, we may manipulate the nutritional value and to increase the composition, the contents of amino acids and so on. We may optimize omega-6, omega-3 relationship. This is an optimum and perfect product as an alternative. If, for instance, as an alternative to salmon, which is not that easily accessible. Now, intensive, extensive bird keeping systems do not have a huge impact on the quality of poultry in terms of proteins and other nutritional elements, because this is related to genetics. And here we have the data of 2002 about the 2021 about the oxidation of poultry protein and fat. In biological farms, the oxidization of poultry protein and fatty was more intensive. Biological farming is conservative, does not allow to use many additives, uses old ones, and therefore this determines the balance. Now, does the optimization of feedstock have an impact on the quality of poultry and eggs? Yes. How do we optimize that? We have the ADDIC program where all nutritional values, if we take wheat or soya or rape or peas and so on, involve 124 quality indicators based on which we use special optimization programs and optimize the feedstock for the broiler chicken. And there are 90 feedstock quality indicators for laying hens, and for broilers it's 150. Next, we have modern technologies coming. If we use forest cicadas or Bruker cicadas, we have the possibility to make research and receive approximately 50 parameters which we use for the optimization of the feedstock. What are the challenges and forecasts? We have three directions: intensive, medium, and slow-growing broilers. The intensive ones will be raised in 32 days. Realization mass will be the same, but the feedstock conversion will be 1.3 kilograms. At the moment, we have a good result of 1.6. But with new directions, we will try to feed the broiler itself while in the egg. Then there will be feedstock used based on the physiological needs and, of course, the improvement of additional nutritional value. What are the reasons? There are slowly growing birds. Then we have bio poultry production, farming without antibiotics and others. These are all very important factors. And the main production happens in the following way. If we take the standard production, all the models are expanding, but we will eat the poultry which is produced in the industrial way. Now, what are other forecasts? The number of eggs laid by laying hens, it's during 12 months is approximately 330. The feedstock costs per day per hen is 95, 98 grams, and there was an experiment when green tea was added in the feedstock to enrich it, and during the Congress, the scientists presented their achievements, how egg production is done when hens are fed with green tea, but actually it involved a different pricing policy and a different demand for such products. And we live in the area where selenium and iodium is lacking. Therefore, such experiments are welcome. An egg has approximately 1,000 proteins, which have the qualities such as antioxidants. They have iodium, selenium, and all these may be used for improved nutrition. Can artificial intelligence be applied in poultry farming? Of course, it is coming, and we have the IA center created, and in that area where we are planning the use of artificial intelligence. Why do we need it? For productivity improvement and animal welfare. Another important aspect. As soon as early and as fast as possible, we have to detect the changes in health or behavior. And for that, we use hyperspectral cameras transmitting the image. And these images create algorithms. And in this way, we can react very fast because you will see in the next slide, we may apply neurological networks in order to ensure health promotion and welfare requirements. For instance, computer visual spectrum requirements. They will help reduce cannibalism among hens and turkeys. We have the working group. We are launching that. We have an agreement with poultry farms to use their bases and apply the methods of artificial intelligence to forecast birds' health and their conduct. Currently, these are the realistic things underway. Can we do them? Yes. We have the Artificial Intelligence Center, which has been established a year ago, and it unites approximately 1,000 researchers, so we have a big scientific potential. Another issue is that we are kind of regressing towards the extensive poultry and egg farming, but we have a different future because we will have to feed in 2050 9 million people and 50 billion animals. So if we go back to the extensive farming, we will not be able to do that. Another issue, on average, in order to be able to eat meat, we need approximately 100 or 1,000 kilos wheat, grain. But we compete with birds, with the production of ethanol, and we need intensive grain production technologies to ensure the sufficient number of food. The food demand will increase by approximately 1 time in Europe by 2050, but life expectancy will be approximately 85, 86 years, and women's life expectancy is longer. Probably they will live up to 95 years. So we have to ensure sufficient food supplies, because elderly people are our workforce, and if we say that they are 65 years old, they shouldn't be working. But in the European Union, the increase of the population by 2050 will amount to 0.1%. What does it mean? What am I saying when speaking about poultry and hens? Literature has the following data related to the retention percentage in the human body. Broilers is 37, eggs is 32, and taking into consideration all the feedstock protein outcome and keeping conditions, these products are possible only under intensive production. Of course, I was speaking about the production of artificial meat, bio-lab meat. Now there are manipulations with relation to soya products. But let's remember that soya has many isoflavones, approximately 300 milligrams per kilo, androgenic estrogens, and they affect our hormone system, especially for women. Of course, we may use other products like peas, or we may we may generate cells like like fiber cells and so on. Of course, there are. What is the difference between traditional or artificial meat? The effect on the human body has not been analyzed sufficiently. If we analyze poultry and egg production, we have 250 indicators, and if we take only one of them, for instance, we are trying to examine birds' conduct now, we would lose balance between all the 250 indicators. There will be no product safety, a wide range of products. The birds would not have good keeping conditions. Then we would experience oxidizing stress. There will be the thermal stress, which starts at the beginning of May and ends in September. Therefore, in order to ensure birds' health, we have to apply intensive and new technologies and to optimize our costs. We have to invest a lot, approximately 60 or 70 million, in order to compete, because we are not in a closed space. We are working internationally, and we need to have such a cost-price structure that we are still competitive when exporting our poultry to 52 countries. I went to a performance, Platon's dialogues, and it was said that being clean and being specific is very important in life. And it refers to your thoughts, ideas, and deeds. I invite you for a wider discussion. We have gathered here to be able to speak to these young people, because communication is the second quality after health. Thank you for your patience and listening to the scientific research.
Ačiū ponui Romui. Dar niekada.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Romas. I've never had an occasion to find so much about poultry and hens. Now we will be speaking about pork. Algis Baravykas, director of the Lithuanian Pork Growers Association. So my plea to you, we are behind our schedule, and I think that time is a very important quality after health and communication. Thank you. Well, I attended an exam with the professor, and I'm very happy that I don't have to do it again. So going back to what we were discussing before and what was said by Auster and Mr. Freighofas, well, their topic was wider and a philosophical one. And what was missing from that topic was the most important thing. That is the freedom to choose. The freedom to choose the product that a person wants to use according to their beliefs or habits. But the main problem is that this freedom to choose is infringed upon when legislation is adopted. For example, when you are told that you are only able to buy a pig which was grown under the following conditions, or buy a chicken, or when you are told that a fur animal is a worse choice than some other product. Well, if there was an absolute freedom to choose, we would be able to buy whatever we want. We would be able to be omnivorous. We would be able to be vegan. But to set philosophy aside, I'm going back to my presentation. So I will give a brief overview of how animal welfare is understood in pork production, why there are problems related to animal welfare in pork production, how animal welfare requirements are regulated, and what is being done in other countries. So you can see some pictures from intensive farms. Our objective is to have pigs kept on straw, and then there's something in between, a compromise, which is something in between. These things have been discussed for many years, and the main topics of the discussions would be the keeping conditions for sows. Well, these are industrial conditions under which these pigs are kept, and this is the way it is done throughout Europe. Another option is to keep sows under conditions where they can move freely. There are also some barriers to prevent cows from crushing their piglets. And under these conditions, the area requirements are much larger. This means that we need to change the pens. And in order to have more area, we need more money. Now, when it comes to cutting tails, well, pigs bite their tails. Therefore, farmers cut off piglets' tails when they are about 1 week old to prevent further damage. And there's one more trend emerging. There are people saying that male piglets should not be castrated. They should be grown until their maturity without having been castrated. But the problem is that consumers don't want this kind of meat, and there would be a need for special technologies to distinguish between the meat which smells good and which smells bad. I can see a couple of pig growers in this room, and they are well aware of what I'm talking about. So what is the situation in Lithuania? There are a lot of protests. Supermarkets are reacting. We also have legal requirements in place. Those requirements come from the EU. There are also audits. We receive experts from the EU. They are asking us why we don't implement those requirements, but this problem is the same throughout Europe. So what don't we have? we don't have money to implement those requirements. Nobody is thinking about it. People are saying, well, these are the requirements and you should implement them. But this is politics. Well, if you were thrown into a pork farm and told to ensure animal welfare, you would immediately go bankrupt. The purpose of the sector is to ensure pig meat supplies. What are other countries doing? So you can see that Finland has allocated about 458 million, Sweden 126 million to animal welfare. Germany has carried out a lot of analyses and has a serious plan, and Germany is planning to invest about 1.2 billion euros into animal welfare of all types from 2025, and those amounts will be increased to 2.4 billion, etc. So, yes, I will skip one slide because I already told you that. So, Germany has a plan. It is quite clear, but Germany is very advanced because the population is very active when it comes to animal welfare, and there are lot of signs of animal welfare. Here you can see some private labels. The state also supports the animal welfare initiative. So this is the label which involves all those billions of euros to be invested, and the money for that has been already planned. So this is the initiative, the label for the animal welfare initiative, and it includes the entire scheme, which shows how money reaches the farmer. But again, there is a problem. For example, if we have a person who is interested in animal welfare, that person goes to a shop and buys meat which was produced by ensuring animal welfare. That meat is more expensive, and this way money reaches the farmer. And this scheme involves several supermarket chains. Some of those supermarket chains are present in Lithuania, but they are not doing this in Lithuania. We try to talk to them, we try to contact them, but those German supermarket chains don't want to hear anything about that. And what will this mean in the future? Well, people might say that we want to buy German products because you haven't done anything in this area. So this is the direction in which we are going. This is a very complex scheme, but it involves the main aspects. So in Germany, they are planning to increase the area meant for animal farming by 15%, then later on by 30%. And this is the plan prepared by the German Ministry of Agriculture. And it is a very clear plan. When it comes to Lithuanian institutions, we only hear excuses. I'm facing it myself. So, for example, there is an inquiry from the European Commission with a question what you are doing in order to prevent cutting of pigs' tails. What are you doing in this area? But we are not doing anything. We're not allocating any money for this. We simply provide an answer and wait for what is to come next. And this is the way we live. We ask for money for this purpose, but we are told that this is the matter for our own business. And you saw how much money Finland or Germany have allocated from the agricultural program. Well, the Lithuanian government has a slogan related to animal welfare. One of the objectives is to develop a control mechanism. How will it be useful to a farmer? It won't be useful. Somebody will come, perform checks, and the veterinary service will probably come, perform checks, and will draw conclusions. And then there is also a possibility for farmers to modernize their farms. But there are no guarantees that farmers will acquire funding for that. And these are the discussions that took place last year. Those were the discussions about the strategic plan. So our minister says that a decision was made on there was no agreement on the content of the animal welfare ecosystems, the sectors to be supported, and the measures. So, for example, yesterday I was asking where is political will? When we speak to the minister, he says, well, the vice minister is responsible for this area. When we ask the vice minister, he says, no, it's not me. So it is not clear where this political will is formed. So could politicians help us to find out where this political will should come from? Because it is absent. The European Commission has foreseen that it is possible to allocate money for animal welfare from ecosystems. We are told that it is not possible, but the Commission is saying that it is. So if the pig meat sector would participate 100%, we would need more than 700 million. If this money doesn't reach us, and if it doesn't come from consumers, and the consumers will not provide funding because consumers are becoming more impoverished, they will not allocate money for that, and the more so that we don't have a label created. So there will be no money from consumers, and the only source is eco schemes. But the allocation from eco schemes will depend on political will that should appear. And summing up, we pig meat farmers do not oppose the requirements. We know what the requirements are. We know that animals are raised and should be raised under the best possible conditions, because otherwise there will be no productivity. Well, if a cow is not comfortable, it will produce less milk. If a pig is not fed properly, there will be less meat. So the farms are aware of the requirements, but it is obvious that the sector will not be able to survive without the support. So if politicians are saying that the pig meat sector is necessary for us, but there's no funding, so there is a high likelihood that this sector will disappear, because we can see the trend from 3 million to 500,000, and it is obvious that we are unable to be self-sustainable when it comes to pig meat. We believe that equal support should be provided on the EU market. If we have a single market, everybody should be supported equally, because otherwise the system will not properly. And finally, we received comments from the European Commission, where the Commission says that it would like to draw the ministry's attention to the fact that no sufficient funding is provided for animal welfare. But we are saying exactly that, and we have our own minister, but he simply says no. So the situation is as it is. Problems are well known, and if consumers want a higher level of animal welfare, we need to receive support, and we need a functioning policy. Does the Ministry of Agriculture agree with us? Yes, thank you.
Dėkui. Eimantas Pranauskas.
Thank you. Eimantas Pranauskas, Deputy Director of the Lithuanian Agricultural Companies. Well, I think that everybody should be this fast. Yes, briefly and quickly. My topic is a bit different from all the rest. I'm going to be talking about livestock farming and vitality of rural areas. Well, I believe that it was said correctly that we have several bubbles that do not connect among each other. Who has read The Time Machine by Herbert Wells? Do you remember the two bubbles that were described there? There were bubbles consisting of butterflies who fed on fruit, and what would happen at night. So I believe that we are going in the same directions. There were Morlocks that ensured feed to those butterflies. And if we continue like this, we will reach the situation described by Herbert George Wells, not in the year 800,000, but much sooner. If we talk about the vitality of the rural sector, we need to agree on certain things. So I will use the time allocated to me, and I will say that we want rural areas to be full of life. We need to accept the fact that agricultural production is the main factor of the vitality of rural areas. This is an axiom. If we agree on this statement, let us agree on what agricultural production is.
Šviesaus atminimo profesorius Vasinauskas, Žemės ūkio gamybos.
Well, Eimantas Pranauskas said that agricultural production consists of three things. That is plant production, animal production, and soil. And all these areas are interconnected. If we remove one part, the other two parts will die. We have animal production that is nearing extinction in Lithuania. Everybody agrees on that. Well, I also wanted to show you a simple stool, a three-legged stool in one of the slides. That is plant production, animal production, and soil. What will happen if the leg of animal production becomes shorter? I can see that our moderator has stood up. Would he have sat on a table with on a chair with one leg, whose one of the legs was shorter? Well, our agriculture is based on those three pillars. And if we speak about other aspects that are well known to you, that is social, economic, environmental, and aspects related to animal welfare, all the three pillars are equally important and should be of the same size. So if we increase requirements, we need to increase funding. Well, there is another way. If animal production is shrinking, let us shrink the other two legs. Why are we sitting like this? Because we're comfortable like this. Are we ready to change it? I'm not sure. There are no signals about that. The only thing that I can see is that certain products have disappeared from shops. When it comes to agriculture, one of the main topics is intensity of farming. I also had a picture with a house with some meadows and flowers, and when you showed a picture of a grassland, I tried to see where there were cows, where there were vegetables or flowers. So what does it all mean? Construction, infrastructure, concert halls, and erosion decreases land areas. And if the bubbles mentioned by Herbert Wells are expanding, the globe is not expanding, which means that areas are shrinking, and we need to use the same areas and the same production factors to produce the same amount of food, or to acquire more. We need to produce more by applying the method that I mentioned before. We need to make sure that all the three legs of that stool are of equal height. And one last example, I am talking about the alphabet, the basic things. We need to be able to talk to each other and understand each other, because if we don't agree on some basic concepts, we will start eating each other, as in the time machine. You can see what one cow means. I'm giving these figures to those who are not aware of these things, and Professor will probably criticize me. So you can see how much nitrogen is in the manure of one cow, and that nitrogen would be enough to produce this amount of potatoes or wheat. That is 25 tons of potatoes and 4 tons of wheat, because plants will not grow without mineral fertilizers. But you can see that one cow would enable to produce 4 tons of wheat. But in Lithuania, we have a smaller number of cows, that is 0.2 in nominal livestock. What will happen in a few decades? So I believe that we should start from some basic concepts and basic principles. Herbert George Wells did not tell us how the behavior of those animals would have changed if they had nothing to eat. But, well, the scientists there escaped, and we have the situation as it is now.
Now, I would like to give the floor to Vytenis Andriukaitis, the former European Commissioner, and at the moment he is the special World Health Organization envoy to Europe. Thank you, colleagues. I'll now would like to announce something very important. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has announced it a couple of days ago, related to the Russian aggression to Ukraine. As a result of that, 74 countries of the United Nations are at the moment in the zone of famine. 1.2 billion people are already lacking food, and 365 million are at the moment having famine. So my second topic is that the coming autumn is going to be more difficult. Thirdly, the next spring is going to be extremely difficult, and food production is becoming a huge challenge for Lithuania now. Now we have the sowing period, in the autumn the harvesting period, and the question is whether food production area in Lithuania is a strategic economic branch. No. The answer is no. It has not been such, and if it does not become such, we will face bad times. For 5 years, I was the chief veterinary officer of the European Union. This was the essence of the commissioner's post in the area of food safety. And animal welfare. Animal welfare component was very vast, it was very controversial, and everybody who has spoken is absolutely right. Of course, the public opinion in the European continent is very different. Therefore, in the European Parliament, certain radical resolutions are born which unfortunately do not reflect the public opinion of a specific country. It often reflects the attitudes of those countries where animal welfare parties, organizations are more active. There are even such parties which engage only in animal welfare, and they even have their deputies in the parliament. Okay, so this is my first slide. We have the new green architecture, and we understand that it doesn't mean that we will have this architecture created tomorrow. It will be by 2030, 2040, or 2050. So we have approximately 28 years for that. It has a number of components, and animal welfare is one of them. In other words, when speaking about animal welfare, you cannot rip it away from the overall context, because those who put it as the biggest priority, they are wrong, because they do not get the whole context. Now we have another topic, which is climate change. It is a huge problem, and at the moment, today, the European Union needs per day 300 million eggs, because we are the union of consumers of 500 million. Every day, 300 million. Multiply by a week. And I want to ask those people who do not see cows or pigs or hens in fields, they do not understand how many animals we have in the European Union to satisfy the 500 million people. And everything is nice, because agro-industry, technologies, and so on allow us to see the picture. But the problem is that the animal industry is unfortunately producing globally, not in Lithuania, because Lithuania's figures are very small. The Danes grow export huge amounts of carcasses and other products, and they have huge pig farms, and Mr. Baravikas will probably support me on that. So in terms of climate change, animal farming is a huge factor. It has been announced that the transition to fair and environmentally friendly food system is an objective of this commission and will be of the next commission. And of course, we want to ensure the neutral or positive activities in terms of the environment. We have to mitigate climate change. We have to change the trends in the area of biodiversity area, and of course, we have to ensure food supply, proper nutrition, public health, so that everybody has the possibility to acquire safe, nutritious, sustainable food products which are affordable. And of course, having ensured the affordability of food products, we have to ensure fairer returns, economic returns, which, for instance, pig farms do not generate, as well as competitiveness and fair trade. So these four pillars are very difficult. If we speak about intensive farming, it has many advantages but also disadvantages. First of all, it it creates a lot of surplus production, which results in food waste. Secondly, it it promotes excessive consumption. And we saw in one of the presentations that actually we are the surplus consumption society. Also, due to the imbalance of nutrition, there are diseases increasing among animals. Of course, there are also animal welfare violations, and for instance, animals become aggressive as a result of that, bite each other, and this results in damages and treatment. Also, this sector is polluting as a result of intensive farming. So the European Commission has proposed a sustainable way, sustainable agriculture. And it will not come in a year, in a night. And it has to be achieved by 2030, 2040, 50, which means that it is related to balancing the demand and with the understanding of the public that we should not cram our fridges or waste food. We should take into consideration health promotion, healthy food, circular economy, increase of the standards of animal welfare within the limits of common sense or science, and saving resources and the environment. That's why we have this policy, Farm to Fork, sustainable development, which means a lot. But in Lithuania, to compare it with the French or with Germany or with Belgians, Lithuania is fairly sustainable. And for instance, we can see a hare running in our meadow, but you will not be able to see the same in the Netherlands. I'm serious. So what are the challenges for that sustainable production? We do not live isolated. Yes, we have a common market, 500 million consumers, although the Brits have left, so less now. But let's look around. The impact is huge. And maximizing animal welfare standards may bring a lot of damage. Why? Because other continents, which are our competitors, do not have that. And in that case, the competitive conditions for the European producer become awful. When they export their products, they incur higher costs, while when importing the products from the third countries, they have to invest much less into producing the products. Is this fair competition? What should we do so that the EU enshrines in international agreements animal welfare standards? I have worked in that. It's very difficult. Of course, we have challenges in terms of consumer needs. You have talked about ideological groups of consumers. I will echo Professor Tedalis when he spoke about the Bible. There was another important conflict between Cain and Abel. Abel would sacrifice to God animals, Cain grain. Of course, what God liked more, Abel's sacrifice. Cain was a vegetarian, right? Abel was carnivorous. What happened? Cain killed Abel. What should we do? Don't eat just grain because you will become a predator. You have to balance your nutrition. I think that there's something wrong with them, but this is my personal attitude. I mean no offense for everybody. I know that Socrates is very right to say that moderation. I will not comment on that. You see the problems, but I will return to the portfolio over which I have worked for 5 years. We see animal health problems. There are so many contagious diseases, and we experienced that tragedy in the area of bird flu. We had to slaughter 16 million hens at once in the European Union, especially those free-range hens. And we know that there's seasonal movement among birds. It brought the virus, and this gave the result. The free-range breeding, free-range farming gave this result. There were so many other drastic results with geese and other birds. So this is what we see, that this is very much related to animal welfare, and the relation of veterinary and animal welfare standards with agro-technologies safeguards, protects the birds from seasonal diseases. We have all had swine fever, and we had to slaughter so many, and so many died. So many pigs died as well. And we also have food waste. We have animal welfare. In the context of animal welfare, we had the program of 2015, which later I had to analyze whether it was suitable. Then we had the framework law on animal welfare, and I experienced a huge pressure so that we need a new law, a new strategy, but we could not invent anything new because we had the same issues. The issues of more specific application, of investments, of good practice, and what should we do to implement animal welfare in a balanced way, in an equal way in all countries. Then we introduced the animal welfare platform, and Lithuania is also represented there, Kopa Kodžeko or another one, and the discussions started. Here we have the Green Deal, which clearly states that better animal welfare, geresnė gyvenimo gerovė pagerina gyvūnų sveikatą ir maisto kokybę ir sumažina vaistų poreikį ir padeda išlaikyti biologinę įvairovę.
Mokslinę pažangą.
And then we started this framework document. We thought, what should we do in order to comply with the animal welfare law? We need, first of all, to carry out the animal welfare analysis related to the regulation. Maybe we should redraft the strategy and start discussing about the labeling of animal welfare. We have this farm to fork strategy in the area of animal welfare, and we have decided that we need to have another framework document in the area of animal welfare by 2023, which would cover animal transportation, slaughtering, and keeping of animals. And first of all, we needed to refer to science. If you start making slogans, you have to remember your first criterion should be scientific research, and only then can we speak about that. It's not about likes or dislikes, or loves or hates. We have to refer to scientific research, which is the basis. What should we do if scientific research says that we need to invest more? Fine, but how do we facilitate the implementation? Without funding, implementation is impossible. We had a pilot project in a pig farm of a family. It lasted 3 years. They produced 3,000 piglets. per year. It's a small-scale farm. And they applied 100% of all scientific recommendations. And the production fell by to 800 pigs per year, but their costs increased by 4 times. For instance, they had to deal with the manure and so on. So the question was, what should we do further? I can continue that, but I need investments, I need support. So we may ask the consumer whether they agree to pay for that welfare. The analysis in the EU is the following. Everybody wants bioproducts, but nobody wants to pay for that. Everybody wants labeling, but nobody wants to pay for that label to appear on the packaging, which is very strange. I want without paying for that. On the other hand, when the costs increase and food becomes more expensive, what happens in the public? Dramatic things happen. So we started public consultations. You see the whole scheme, and we see that by 2023, the framework document has to appear, and now we are drafting this proposal. Now, what were the main ideas about in the area of animal welfare at the farm level? And I will touch upon the 5 areas. You spoke about the 5 freedoms. We see that the things to be solved at the farm level, and these are the key words: protection, standards, health, and so on. But when we move on to transport, we see many means of measures to be done while transporting, but we have another word appearing: prohibit or ban. If we take slaughterhouses, the main objective of the slaughterhouses in the area of slaughterhouses is to reduce the animal suffering while slaughtering. And the survey showed that the pain of animals was the dominating factor. What was the dominating factor among other operators? They understand the situation of production much better than the public at large. And it was agreed that we should review the framework document. And the framework document is also supported by 1 directive on the protection of animals kept for farming purposes, 4 directives laying down minimum standards for the protection of laying hens, broilers, pigs, and calves, and piglets. Then 1 regulation on animal transport, and 1 regulation on the protection of animals at the time of slaughter. We are discussing on that at the moment, and Lithuania should be very active by proposing their own packages, because Commission will collect all the data. So what is the objective of the review of the framework document about animal welfare? The objective is to respond to the question whether the framework document covers the existing parameters, or should we enhance something else and introduce something new? And analyze whether it is flexible enough, whether it does not inframe everybody, so that even a penal code becomes applicable, because framework documents have to be flexible. Moreover, many member states have introduced their own restrictions, which is not welcome. The Commission was required to revise the animal welfare framework document as soon as possible, and to introduce labeling related to animal welfare. We know that the animal welfare organizations in Denmark, Germany, and Sweden require that animal welfare labeling should be applicable to all products. Other countries like Central and Eastern Europe do not agree with that because this requires huge investments. And there are also countries in between in this area. So what was the reaction of all the various organizations? Here you see what you have gathered here for. On the part of the public, a small percentage, but very active part of population requires a ban on the export of live animals to third countries, a ban on the use of all cages, a ban on slaughter without stunning, a ban on other issues, and as well the application of specific legislation per species and the compulsory animal welfare labeling. So this is the cloud of the various opinions. I have discussed a lot with all those representatives requiring bans. But I will say a few words. You have quoted the Bible, and we know that the universe started from a Big Bang. The Big Bang was very creative. But if we impose a big ban, we will return to the cold point of departure. Therefore, I have always been saying that we cannot use the word ban. We have to find the balance in the difficult architecture which has to be based on scientific criteria, practical criteria, social consequences, social needs, science, economy, and general trend to turn from intensive to sustainable. But of course, it will require a lot of time. In order to enhance animal welfare, we have to respond to many questions. And in Lithuania, we have to discuss very seriously why there's no financial support from our rural development program, from our CAP, for all the branches. We have to make agriculture and food production as a strategic branch. Otherwise, there's no use speaking about the stool that you have mentioned. So now we have an initiative born, which is called Empty Cages. The initiative requires that the framework document of 2023 legitimizes either the ban of cages or gradual removal of cages. And they are also saying that, of course, they know that EFSA, the European Food Safety Agency, has to produce the scientific response. These are the 5 freedoms and 5 areas. This is the canon, the law, which should be very well known to everybody. These are clear freedoms: freedom from hunger and thirst for the animal, the freedom from discomfort for the animal, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, freedom to express normal behavior, and the freedom from fear and distress. And these are all areas: nutrition, environment, health, behavior, and mental state of the animal. All these areas are scientifically researched and may be implemented practically. Therefore, there's no grounds to doubt that this will not be complied with. Of course, there are various market players, some of them are dirty. I was attacked in relation to glyphosate and African swine fever and bird flu, pesticides, fipronil, and you see who is bringing that problem and what stands behind that. Those who are afraid of pesticides want to attack glyphosate. GMO products are a huge fear in Lithuania, but the scientists have proven that genetical modification doesn't cause any problems. Lithuania, however, has announced that Lithuania is GM-free. It's a lie, because you are feeding your animals with GM feedstock. I will not expand on that, and I will I will play on everybody's nerves if I speak more about that. So this is the answer to all those willing to burn fur animals. These 6 rules are valid. On what basis can we ban the branch of fur animals? If we have slaughtered 16 million hens, what should have been done with them? Either fed to zoos and animals or burned in crematoria. The secular economy requires feeding them rather than polluting it into the air. So in terms of fur animals, I see a branch of economy, a window of opportunity, and so on. So this has been announced already, and we are at the signature collection stage, which started on the 16th of March. Please read the line. The content of this initiative does not reflect the Commission's opinion. You see it written here. Of course, they have the right to the petition. Of course, everybody will organize the signature of the petition, especially when it is so easy to do that in social media. It's very easy to collect 1 million signatures. If you ask an 18-year-old young individual what is the difference between a hen and a cock, they will not be able to respond. They have not seen them. For instance, during the Green Week or Agricultural Week in Paris or Berlin, there's a huge influx of pupils because they are able to see live animals like in the zoo. Deprive them of that, and they will be totally ignorant. So this is a romanticized attitude towards agriculture, like in the 18th century, and this is a disaster, but they are very popular. So this is what it looks like today. The various public initiatives not related to science in any way. The European agriculture suffers from the dominating attitudes in the public that GM has to be removed or new breeding techniques have to be removed. So what do we have as a result of that? Winning competitors. This is the data of the Joint Research Center, a simple scheme. So if we follow this path, we will get lost. We will have no food. And as a consequence of the war, we will not be able to support Ukraine. And we will have the view as we have now. Lithuania may not follow this path. We have to go back to the discussions related to new breeding techniques, GM, biotechnologies, progress, and we have to say that we have the potential, because otherwise, forget about rural development. And now, to conclude, this is the year before last, the data of 2 years ago. This is the number of people at the risk of poverty, 122 million people. It was previously. Today, we will have more as a result of rising prices. This is in the EU. We have 500 people, 500 million people in the EU. 122 million are at the risk of poverty. 55 million people do not get warm meals. This is the EU. 10% of elderly Europeans are at the risk of undernutrition, at the risk of poverty. Lithuania is doing quite well, but if you take Romania, Bulgaria, the picture is much sadder. And now let's add the war up to that, or Antonio Guterres' message to the world. You will get to understand how important agriculture is becoming. So let's avoid some nonsensical requirements.
Kaip visada įtaigi.
Thank you. Mr. Vytenis has been convincing as always, but he spoke at length. So we are really behind the schedule, and I suggest, and I would like to ask Ms. Astrida Miceikienė to move her presentation until after lunch and to have our discussion after lunch, because we need to relax a little bit. So let's come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. invite Professor Astrida Miceikienė to the podium. She is the Chancellor of the Academy of Agriculture. You have 15 minutes. Good afternoon. My presentation is going to be slightly different from those who spoke before me. Agriculture is often underestimated, or there are even lies told about agriculture and what it consists of. If we talk about animal farming, well, as an introduction, I can say that there's almost 1 billion people who go to bed every night being hungry. But on the other hand, there are lots of overweight people. And then there's a third aspect. There's a lot of food waste. So can we say that agriculture is evil in general, or should we saying that food needs to be produced, but it needs to be produced where it is needed and applying the correct methods? There have been discussions about emissions over the last few years. Europe has declared that it wants to become a climate-neutral continent, and we understand that our emissions are too high. However, the greatest emitters of the greenhouse gases are the US and China, and the EU is only in the third place. As regards Lithuania emits only 0.04% of all the emissions. And when agriculture is blamed as being the greatest emitter, I believe that this is not correct, and this is not what we should be talking about. And Lithuania is not among the top 10 or among the top 4 that emit the greatest amounts of pollutants, and that slide illustrated that perfectly. And if we say that agriculture is a polluter, it is not the main polluter. In Lithuania, the greatest amount of GHG is emitted by transports and other sectors. And as regards the excess amounts of nitrogen per hectare. In Lithuania, this figure is 11 kilos per hectare, in Poland 64. And in Lithuania also uses less fertilizers. So the things that are being said about agriculture are not correct, and agriculture is not to blame for increasing emissions. To produce 1 kilo of beef, about 150 liters of water is required, but every person, when taking a shower, uses about 50 liters every day. So I think that we should make savings elsewhere, not in animal farming. And when it comes to the emission of GHG, greenhouse gases, yes, animal farming produces a lot of GHG, but let us use it. Let's build biofuel plants, bioenergy farms on the farms, plants on the farms, and produce energy. We also have various animal farming systems. Lithuania does not have extensive and intensive animal farming that would be harmful to Lithuania, Europe, or the entire world. So what is the menu for a sustainable food future? We have certain challenges and we have certain prospects, and we need to find the balance between the two. We need to curb the increasing demand for food and other agricultural products because we simply don't have the capacity to produce so much. We also need to protect nature. We need to increase the supply of fish and other seafood products. And the forecasts say that there will be almost 10 billion inhabitants on Earth. This means that agriculture will face the greatest challenges. That is, it will have to fight climate change and produce food for the population. And we can't say that certain food is bad and that we're infringing certain standards. We shouldn't forget that people want to eat. And if people are hungry, everything else becomes less important, is of secondary importance. Scientists forecast that we will consume less meat products, dairy products, and will focus on plant-based products. But this change will take time. Scientists have distinguished 5 challenges for agriculture. That is increasing population, changing tastes, climate change will need to face that, a shortage of water, and farmers that are facing difficulties. So these are the main 5 challenges that agriculture must address, not only in Lithuania, but throughout the world. As regards demographics, the forecast says that the Lithuanian population will shrink until 2050, but at the global level, we can see that there is an increasing trend in the population numbers until 2050. Scientists are also saying that we have enough food, but we are not eating the right products and our lifestyle is not appropriate. Here you can see an example from Belgium and the eating habits of Belgians. So let us first focus on living more healthily. Let us balance our nutrition and pursue a healthy lifestyle. I also came across a very interesting research by US challenges. They are scientists. They are saying that the demand for meat products will decrease by 70% by 2030 in the US, and by 2035 that demand will decrease by 80 to 90%. But in countries like China and India, the increase in the demand for meat products will be the same as the reduction in the US. So this means that we'll need to produce more meat. And when it comes to animal farming and aquaculture, we need to focus on the productivity of these sectors and also the need to take environmental measures. European scientists have a different view. They are saying that animal farming is necessary because animals are in essence necessary because they process certain materials. And animal farming also contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals that we have set out to achieve. And we should understand that the loss of animal farming or the reduction in the volumes of animal farming would bring about significant losses. So the question shouldn't be how can we reduce animal production. The question should be how can we increase the net social benefits from livestock and make sure that all the costs within the animal production sector are distributed equally. If a business is given an obligation to do something that is outside the scope of that business's activities, for example, if there are environmental requirements imposed, the costs of following those requirements should be compensated. So the same applies in agriculture. If farmers will produce less because they will use smaller amounts of fertilizers, this should be compensated, and it can't be otherwise. We have a common ecosystem, and animal production, livestock farming has a significant role. And if we damage one of the elements of the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem will be put out of balance. We can also have a look at the consumption of food in developed countries, and we can see that products of animal origin do not make the largest part of consumption, so they are not the greatest evil. Animal production depends on our decisions, on the way the land use changes. Well, one of the speakers before me spoke about the need to ensure the vitality of rural areas. Well, if we convert grasslands to crop areas, this might lead to losses of CO2 in the soil. And if we convert pastures into forests, this would be useful from the point of view of carbon sinks. So we can't allow one group, a certain group of people, tell us that what we are doing is wrong. Well, this is especially significant because the numbers of people who are starving is huge. Even in Europe, there are people who are undernourished or who lack food. So our task is not to abolish animal farming. We should first address the problem of refugees who might come to Europe if there is no food in Africa. Of course, there is a problem that needs to be addressed. That is food waste and food waste and reducing food waste. There is data that shows that almost $1 trillion of US dollars is wasted every year. So this covers everything from agriculture to production and up to consumption. So we need to address this problem and realize that it is relevant in several sectors. If we reduce food waste, if we waste less, we will be able to address some of the other problems. The scientists have indicated two ways of addressing problems. So one is to reduce food waste, another is digitalization. Farmers used to say that they are not interested in digitalization, but now the situation has changed and digital solutions are being implemented in Lithuania. There are products that help organize agriculture more effectively. There are business management technologies, data collection technologies, and the use of data in real time helps. All this helps to address problems in agriculture. There are also other risks which might affect agriculture, and I'm not speaking about only political and global risks. Digital decisions, drones, satellites help us to address these problems, and digitalization is well advanced in Lithuania. It is advanced in the world, and it will continue to exist in the future. So all agricultural processes require new competences, and now there is a generational change occurring in Lithuanian agriculture, and I really hope that young people will come to agriculture and will be able to solve many problems. So, are we going to eat artificial meat in 2055? Scientists are saying that the food industry that is now developing lab meat and substitutes for seafood and proteins from insects. All this will exist, but this will take many years. Agriculture will not disappear. Meat production will not disappear in a year or two. And there is also another forecast. It is said that with sea levels rising, people will start including not only algae, but also jellyfish into their diets. Because jellyfish is similar to food, and it can be, jellyfish can be turned into crisps. The European Green Deal is changing our attitude and is changing our behavior. And what is the most significant in Europe today? The most important thing is not to squeeze out the animal production and animal products and prevent that production to be relocated to other parts of the world. There will be a need for different production systems that will have to follow various requirements. If we relocate meat production outside Europe, the products that will come back will be of worse quality and will not we will not have quality guarantees. So let us make every effort to make sure that our animal farming continues to exist so that we are not faced with low-quality products. So my wish for 2050 is for us to have the possibility of eating artificial meat, but this will not be for everyone. People will become richer and they will want to eat natural products. So let us not push animal farming to margins or to other parts of the world. And I believe that the solution for that is a common approach. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Giedrius Blekaitis from the State Food and Veterinary Service.
Labą dieną visiems, kol pasiruošim šnekėti, jau pasiruošim.
Good afternoon. I represent the State Food and Veterinary Service. Some of the topics that have been already discussed, except the Green Deal and certain environmental issues, are the area of our responsibility. So we are responsible for 57 areas, and the right side of the slide indicates those large blocks, large sectors where animal welfare is a priority area. And when it comes to, when we talk about animal welfare, we shouldn't forget animal health, because these two things are inseparable. So we can fight for pigs' tails, but if we are faced with swine fever, we'll need to destroy all the pigs with all the tails. Well, we have many areas of responsibility, and of course it is difficult to coordinate those areas. When we perform inspections, and inspections are related both to cross-compliance, to direct support. So when we perform inspections, the size of support will depend on the result of inspections. Well, this task is complicated. We need to invest a lot into our staff, and we are doing that. And since the organizers asked me to share my experience on how regulations, legal acts are implemented in practice, I decided to choose one area, that is keeping of fur animals. This is the topic of this conference, and this topic is widely discussed in our media. There have been many videos shot. Some farms terminated their activities because they did not follow one or another standard. So we decided to draft a legal act, a national legal act, because there are no European regulations, and this draft is science-based. And when preparing this recommendation, we involved Lithuanian scientists from the Lithuanian Academy of Agriculture. We wanted to draft a document that could be useful to the animal keeper, to a farmer, to a beneficiary, and the authorities. We also provided for certain transitional periods, because we understood that from the situation where there was no legislation to the full implementation of the requirements, there will be some time needed, and farmers had to adapt. They had to follow science. They also needed training. There was also a need to change the approach, to change the attitude, or even to change the staff, if staff were unwilling to change their attitudes. So we were talking about fur animal farms. This is the area related to animal welfare and animal health. So we are talking about a rather small sector. We have 108 farmers that are keeping Canadian fur animals.
48 šinšilų laikytojus, kurie laiko apskritai gal ten.
We also have we had 108 farmers of Canadian minks, and they keep about 258,000 animals. The numbers are changing all the time. The attitude of the public is changing, and both for animal keepers, food producers, and transporters, the requirement is to constantly improve. So there are initiatives to end the cage age. The European Parliament has prepared its conclusions and submitted them to the European Commission. And those conclusions focus on two things, two groups of animals. One category is, for example, laying hens, broilers, other animals for which there are European regulations. And the other group of animals is the one where there are no European legal acts, that is quail, geese, ducks, certain groups of laying hens. So these regulations are approved by EFSA, the European Food Safety Agency. That agency also submits its opinions to the European Commission. We are also focusing on other areas, that is pigs, calves, laying hens. In these areas, the review of legal acts is planned. There are also plans to develop new standards for the areas that haven't been regulated so far. And the European Commission has undertaken to work intensively this year and next year. The European Commission is taking steps to collect opinions, to set up working groups, and to mobilize experts, because in order to prepare a legal act which would be suitable for Northern Europe and Southern Europe is very difficult, because to transport an animal, let's say in Greece and in the north of Europe, are two different things. So these regulations will be written in black and white, but they will need to be adapted to the country-specific conditions, because when it comes to keeping conditions, when animals are kept, let's say, by two different owners, and the conditions are very different, it is difficult for us to evaluate whether they meet the requirements. And one more initiative that was mentioned by the former commissioner as well is related to animals that are kept for fur. We haven't received any information from the Commission about the European Citizens Initiative. We are not sure what this initiative would mean. If there is some news, we believe that the Commission will invite us to join certain working groups, and we will be asking you for help. We will be asking for your feedback. And my wish is as follows. As previous speakers have said, if there is a problem, and if you keep on repeating the same message, you might get the impression that all animal keepers are bad in Lithuania. But Lithuania is a traditional country for animal farming, and it is easy to find people who fight for animal rights, but we can say that farmers and agricultural workers are also fighting for animal rights, and nobody wants to do any harm. Well, if there are infringements, there are penal sanctions, and we do face a lot of problems when we have to confiscate an animal if a farmer is unable to ensure proper conditions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, please watch the screen, because we will have on the screen Iris Bowers, who is the Dutch Association of Agriculture and Horticulture, and she is the advisor on international questions. Hello.
Do not hear any protest, then I am sure that indeed will be the case. And I hope to see the presentation also in my screen, so I can start. There we go. Thank you. I will tell you a bit in the coming 15 minutes about the situation in the Netherlands. And first of all, I would like to start with being very thankful to the fact that LTO, the Dutch Farmers Organization, has been asked to participate in this very important meeting today. First of all, my name is Iris Bouwers, and I will have a slide on that as well. I'm a lobbyist. I work for LTO in Brussels, so I'm representing the Dutch farmers and horticulturists from the Netherlands. I'm doing that 4 days a week, and on Friday and Saturday I work at my own farm. We have a mixed farm with arable land and fattening pigs. So I'm also from the pig sector myself. So every week I work both in Brussels and at our own farm. Today I would like to tell you a bit about the Dutch livestock farming, what we are doing nowadays. I would like to get into activism and extremism in the Netherlands. I would like to tell you a bit about the guidelines that we as farmers organizations have been working on, and also the role of the government. Maybe to start a bit with the situation in the Netherlands, it's good for you all to know that we have more than 17 million people living in the Netherlands on a quite small area. So it's a busy country. A lot of things are happening, obviously, but we also have a big livestock sector. Developed throughout the years, we at this point have around 100 million poultry, 12 million pigs and 4 million cows. So also when it comes to livestock farming, we are rather intensive, and that has its effects. We see there are quite some challenges when it comes to livestock farming. First of all, that's the profitability. Well, how much money actually is being earned by farmers? How is the position in the market? So that's a main challenge for many of the livestock farmers in the Netherlands. Then we see we're sometimes struggling with our license to produce. So in what way is society actually looking from the outside to the inside to livestock farming in the Netherlands? We see people tend to be more critical. People, so our customers as well, the consumer expects us to have very high levels when it comes to animal welfare and animal health. And we also see some challenges when it comes to sustainability. I told you before, we have quite some people in the Netherlands, but also quite some animals. And that means at this point, and then we also come to Brussels and the expectations of the European Commission, that there's quite some pressure on nature in the Netherlands, especially when it comes to Natura 2000, but also when it comes to water quality. That's for sure not only a problem caused by livestock sectors and farmers themselves, but we see in many cases actually the situation from the side of the government is, well, people take a look at livestock farming as it is only a problem. Of course, for us as a farmers organization, that is definitely not the case. We see a lot of added value of the livestock sectors and the farmers working in the sector. On the other hand, we also see the pressure on nature protection and water quality actually is there. What I would like to share with you today is actually a breaking point when it came to activism in our country. And that the breaking point, that turning point that existed in 2019, where when there was a break-in and occupation of a piggery in Boxtel in the south of the Netherlands, people from all over Europe actually broke into the stable. They removed the farmer. He was trying to protect his stable. He was removed from the premises and they all went in. More than 100 people that traveled to come, that traveled all throughout Europe to come to this specific piggery. And they stayed inside for 10 hours. The police didn't know what to do. They didn't act. In the end, also farmers came who were worried, farmers from the neighborhood. They brought their tractors. They wanted to protect the farmer where the break-in was. And a lot of tension obviously existed at that point. But there was more afterwards, because we saw all farmers, to some extent, all farmers in the Netherlands actually felt hurt. How is it possible there's a break-in at farm level And activists, not only activists, but extremists can break in and occupy the stable for 10 hours. So as farmers' organization, we also felt the consequences had to be severe for these extremists. Most of them got a 300 euro fine. And for us, that's a very serious situation in which we think that is not the right situation. We cannot explain the fact that animal health has been under pressure for those whole 10 hours and the period after. We cannot explain that the farmer couldn't take care of the animals. And then after a break-in and such a long occupation, there's such a small fine, because the consequences for the farmer were much more severe. The trust in people has been broken. And of course, the vulnerable animals could not be protected at that time. So afterwards, I would say all livestock farmers in the Netherlands felt hurt and felt unprotected. To show you some pictures from this occupation and break-in, we can see on the slides that the activists, the extremists actually chose to show they did not want to be violent. Well, let's not forget, I just told you, while entering the farm, they physically removed the farmer from the entrance who could not protect his animals. They all went in. Afterwards, they stated they have been taking care of animal health and animal disease risks. Well, that's nothing to take care of when you're not the farmer in charge and you're just breaking in. You do not seem to care, and that's something you can see in the slide, I think, in the bottom right, where just the door is open. So those activists, those extremists, they didn't know anything about how important the climate is for a pig. As I know, as a pig farmer, climate is so vital for animal health that it's a stable situation, that there's no draft, that there's no air coming in ways where it's not supposed to. They didn't know, so they didn't care. So they tried to show there's no violence. In the beginning, there definitely was. And they stayed outside. A big group of people was outside as well, a big group of activists and a big group of extremists in the stable, where they tried to show they were tending to the animals, taking care of them. Well, obviously, that's not the situation. You can see in the bottom, in the corner left, on the up left side, farmers also came. The police decided to keep the farmers on a quite some distance from the activists, also to prevent escalation. I think the police did do that very well, because obviously you wouldn't want any fight between the people. But it shows also the amount of farmers that actually turned up at the site, at the piggery, that a lot of people were hurt, especially afterwards when it was shown that the activists were not really punished for the things they did. Then afterwards, obviously, we as LTO, representing the Dutch farmers, we decided to draft up some guidelines. And those guidelines have been drafted together with the national police and then our organization, LTO Nederland. So what we have put in the guidelines is, first of all, that every incident to the farm, every unauthorized visit should be reported. We need to know what is happening, although it might be a small break-in or anything that has to do with it. It can be an unauthorized visit. They do not need to enter the stable to report it. When there's the identification of unknown persons on the premises, people who are asking some, weird questions, maybe people who are interested in the farm but do not have to do anything with it, unknown vehicles spotted at the farm, reported. So at least the government or the national police in our case is informed. Exactly the same should be done when you find out as a farmer there are undercover recordings. When recording equipment has been found in the stable or maybe at some other place in the farm, report it, make sure to leave it untouched and inform the police about the situation. Because as a farmer on farm level, you cannot really know how extreme the activists are. Sometimes threats obviously are being made via telephone, via post, digitally with graffiti or posters. Also, that needs to be reported in order for the police to have a full view of what is happening. Furthermore, we feel every time something happens, economic, animal welfare, hygiene damages all should be stated. In that way, it's obviously it can be made visible to the insurance company what has happened, but also to the police again. And the fact that we want this to be so clear to the police is on how serious the situation is, because we know that some of the activists being active are linked to terrorism, are linked to extremism, are radicalized to a large extent. So what we have done as LTO and also some other farmers organizations, we have been in contact with the national police, but also the national police has obviously very strong lines with, I would say, a special organized group of people within the police specializing on terrorism, extremism, and radicalization. And on farm level, when something happens, when it comes to a break-in, an occupation, or undercover recordings, the link to terrorism, extremism, and radicalization can be there. So we need to take it very seriously, and also we need to prevent farmers to take justice in their own hands, because we cannot guarantee any behavior that will be shown at that level, because we know it's such an intense situation when we see someone tries to destroy everything you worked for or your family has worked for. What you have been investing in might hurt your animals. So of course, as a farmer, I don't even want to know about a situation where extremists actually would come to my farm. We need to prevent farmers from, taking justice in their own hands. But in order to prevent that, the police has to be active. So that's why we have been very close working with the police as well. We felt it is not enough only to report, as stated in the example I showed you all. A fine of 300 euros does not match the damages done on farm level. So the government, after the break-in and occupation in 2019, actually made some very specialized advices on prevention. So, of course, that can be a sign at your farm that you're forbidden to enter when you're unauthorized. That can be cameras on your farm to make sure you know who is walking where. But also to report to the police to avert escalation. I feel the reporting to the police is vital in order to prevent worse. Then, as LTO, but also with connecting organizations, we have a direct connection between farmers and police now, so between the farmers organization and the police, in order to make that link very directly. I just told you about the fact that some activists are linked to terrorism, extremism, and radicalization. We know for a fact that in the Netherlands, there's quite some reporting done already. So also the specialized people in the national police know who might be a threat to farms, who might be a threat to the food chain, because obviously the activism, it doesn't stop at farm level. It's been found at slaughterhouses. It's everywhere, I would almost say. But the thing we can do is, well, report both to the police and then also to the farmers' organizations. So also the pressure towards the government will remain there. I do not feel that €300 fine matches the damages done, as said. And as LTO, we're very active to make sure in future also the punishment will be more severe. It can never be a delivery model of a group of activists to come to a farm, to break in, to make undercover recordings, or to occupy a farm for, even if it's 5 minutes, it's even too long. It's not their right. And therefore, I feel as Lithuanian farmers, as Dutch farmers, I would say as European farmers, we need to stand next to each other in preventing this. And I'm also happy that our umbrella organization, Copa Cogeca in Brussels, also is willing to work together on this. So we remain active as farmers' organizations on what is happening in different member states of the EU, and also to be open in communication towards each other. Because we know this is not a national problem. It's a fact. You are having this conference. We have the problem as well, and we see it all throughout Europe. And I feel as farmers, we have a lot of challenges. And as I told you in the beginning, in the situation of the Netherlands, there's quite some pressure also to invest in animal health and animal welfare. I think many of the farmers are ready to invest in animal welfare, animal health, but we also need to show and tell. And that's a situation in which farmers, if they want to, if they're open to it, and if they're ready for it, to invite people to their farms. And that is never the case when activists or extremists break in a farm, do undercover recordings, or occupy a farm. For now, I would like to thank you very, very much for your attention. I wish you all a very good conference the rest of the afternoon. And once again, thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Iš tikrųjų labai
Thank you very much. I think it was useful to listen to a broader perspective. We are now going to hear another intervention, virtual intervention from Mr. Juozas Olekas from the European Parliament, and he's also the chairman of the Sustainable Fur Forum.
Labadiena. Aš esu Juozo Oleko padėjėja, Vaida Leščauskaitė.
Good afternoon. I'm an assistant, Mr. Olekas' assistant, Vaida Leščauskaitė. He was willing to participate in this conference, but as you can understand, the agenda of politicians is changing every day, and he was unable to join you. Therefore, I will be presenting his position. Mr. Olekas is very sorry, sends his welcome, and is really willing to present the European Parliament's approach. Discussions on animal welfare at the EU level have been going on for many years. They are active, and Juozas, who is a doctor by profession, has always said that the basis for every discussion should be science-based evidence and not emotions, and open dialogue is needed. But that open dialogue has to be rational. There is a need to listen to scientific arguments, positions of experts, and not just focus on sad videos. This sector of fur animals has always been active in the area of animal health. This is proven by the Sustainable Fur Forum, and I think that this is the first system where the growers, the producers, regulate how they work and ensure high standards. We know that the only way to supply high-quality products in agriculture is to ensure animal health and welfare. If we look at our skin or hair, we can see what it looks like if we are under stress or if we are undernourished. So the same applies to animals. If they are not kept in good conditions, their fur will not be of high quality. This seems to be a well-known fact, but not everybody is willing to accept it. The discussion on this has been escalated at the EU level. There is also a revision of many regulations, and this is an opportunity to provide more clarity. We see this an opportunity to harmonize legal acts, to provide more clarity to animal growers, and to deter certain activists. Well, the EU has the highest animal welfare standards in the world, and this is one of the most important arguments when it comes to prevent the ban on certain products, including fur. Well, the environment is changing slightly, and there are regions that which enjoy growing demand. So demand is there, and if the demand is there, there should be a supply. So who is going to satisfy that supply? Will it be European farmers that follow the highest standards, or will that supply be satisfied by China and Russia? Where will the money paid by fur lovers go? Will they go to Russia? Well, our farmers have achieved a lot of progress by creating the welfare system, and when it comes to links with the agriculture system in general, well, Mr. Olekas always emphasizes that we need to assess our progress made in the area of animal welfare, also in the area of carbon sequestration. And once we have an overview of the situation, we can decide what can be improved further. Juozas is the chairman of the Sustainable Fur Forum at the European Parliament. We're very happy to have this group. This is the discussion platform that was created in 2021, and it provides a possibility for discussions between politicians and stakeholders. European fur producers are very active on the platform, and this is an opportunity to bring into contact various groups of stakeholders to make sure that decisions are based in reality and based on science. The Sustainable Fur Forum organizes discussions on the circular economy, protection of consumers, labeling, and trade, and we hope to have participants from Lithuania as well. As regards the environment and circular economy, which is particularly relevant at the moment, although the priority now should be on the production of food, given the current situation, the impact of agriculture on the environment is one of the most widely discussed topics, and we should also assess the impact of fashion on the environment. The textile industry might grow by 25% every year for the next few years, and this is a huge number. The European Commission is now preparing a plan on circular economy. It will include proposals what can be considered sustainable product. And here we can also see some possibilities for sectors such as the fur sector. This will be an opportunity to show how this product, which is natural, which can be treated, recycled, is better than a synthetic product. And the Commission also plans to provide clear information to consumers. This is what we are talking about. Well, agricultural products that are natural are always more advantageous and better. Well, we already heard about the Citizens' Initiative and the Cage Age. That initiative was gathered in the European Parliament. There were almost 500,000 signatures, and the aim is to not to keep various animals, pigs, cows, chicken, quails, etc., in cages. And that initiative was discussed at the plenary session last year, in the summer last year, and we hope that there were no amendments submitted as regards fur animals in the committee or in the plenary. Another strategy that was discussed in autumn was the farm to fork strategy. There were two amendments. One amendment aimed at establishing a ban on fur production. This was related to the pandemic, and another amendment aimed at banning fur production in the EU in general. And Juozas was very active, tried to make sure that these amendments would not pass, because these amendments were not objective. They did not take into account the nature of production in fur farms. And I'm very happy that during the voting in the committee, both amendments were rejected, and the final text of the strategy was adopted without those amendments, with a clear majority of votes in favor. At the beginning of this year, we discussed the resolution on the implementation of animal welfare, and 5 amendments regarding the ban on fur production were submitted. We're very happy that all those amendments were rejected. And the vote took place at the beginning of this year. And since the resolution was rational, the Envy committee drafted an alternative, greener resolution where fur production was related to the spread of diseases. But we were very happy to see that the more rational resolution passed. This year, there was also the European Commission provided a reply to the written question regarding fur production, and the Commission said that it did not plan to take any legislative measures to prohibit fur production in the EU, so it is possible to keep animals for fur, and the Commission also undertook to review the relevant legislation, and one of the possible outcomes would be new requirements for fur production. So at the moment, there are no plans to ban fur production at the EU level. But we should understand that the Commission is not a policy-making institution. If there is pressure from the Council and the Parliament, there might be initiatives like that. And of course, we are working in order to preserve the more rational view, to preserve the sector. But we can see that the pressure within the Parliament is growing. There are more amendments, and this question is still on the table. Well, in general, as regards, in terms of circular economy and in terms of the links between agriculture and environmental protection, I believe that the fur sector is a good example of circular economy, because this sector uses waste from other sectors, and produces a product which has a long life cycle. It is also recyclable, it is valuable, and this is and when that product reaches the end of its life cycle, it deteriorates. But other it's biodegradable, but other fashion items are rather polluting, and this fast fashion, that is clothes that are produced without any natural materials, using only synthetic ones. These materials, fabrics really liked by animal rights activists. Those products are polluting from the very beginning. They are usually produced in developing countries that have problems related to exploitation of workers and children, and those products are of poor quality. They are worn for one season or until the first washing, and these products do not disappear when we don't want to wear them anymore. They are then transported to developing countries, and they destroy the local economy, because those products find themselves in the countries where local workers don't have are deprived of their jobs, and or they end up in oceans. So fur is a better natural product, although it requires significant investments at the beginning. So as I said, the fur sector is an example of circular economy. This is a self-regulated sector, and it also follows very strict standards. And although the pressure is growing, rational decisions prevail, and they prevail as long as the agricultural questions are addressed by the representatives of agriculture, as long as we take into account the comments of farmers and scientists. Everything is good. But when decisions are made based on emotions, and after seeing some sad videos, some sad images, the situation is different. So I hope that we'll be able to preserve our rational view. And Juozas sends his apologies again.
kuri yra Juozo Oleko
Thank you, Vaida Leščiauskaitė, who is assistant to Juozas Olekas, and she presented Juozas Olekas' position probably even better than he would have done himself. Now, I would like to give the floor to Česlovas Tallat-Kelpša, who is the chairman of the Association of Lithuanian Farm Animals Farmers. Hello. Well, people have said a lot, and I don't know what else I should add, so probably I will save some time for you. Well, it was said that we have to follow common sense and science. And at the beginning of my presentation, we have to think about why this is happening. First, I would like to say how much would such a ban we are talking about would cost to the public. What we have achieved in 30 years in Lithuania, we see that production volumes grew from 200,000 to 2 million, 10 times, which meant a lot of investment. And there are many family farms in Lithuania, and it is oftentimes said in Lithuania that family farms may not be competitive, but in animal farming, family farms can earn quite a decent living, and they have received many investments. Some of those family members had worked in Denmark and other Scandinavian countries and have applied their knowledge here. And in the case of a ban, the state should compensate the owner of the lost assets, which would be of no further use, would have to be destroyed. Of course, the benefits, severance payments should be made to the employees, and that would also mean job losses among the rural population. So roughly, having heard about Denmark's case a few years ago when 17 million minks were destroyed, with the bigger parts, a part of them were just killed. And Denmark calculated how much it cost Denmark. It was 2.3 million euros or even more. And Lithuanian production volumes are 10 times less than in Denmark. So roughly, this would cost our taxpayers 230 million euros in various formats. So based on today's reality, we can make comparisons. The most essential thing that is needed today is buying 1,000 Javelin fighters for the Ukrainians. So now, it would also have an impact on the poultry farm, because per year the Lithuanian farms from food processors buy byproducts for approximately 7 to 12 million euros, which actually alleviates their lives, because otherwise they would have to pay for the utilization of the byproducts, and that would be polluting. Now, my farm is being visited by people, especially the antagonists, and frequently they end up agreeing that this is not related to animal welfare. Recently, 3 Seimas members from the Freedom Party visited our farm. They had included this in their program party, and 3 of them agreed that this is really not related to animal welfare, but rather ethics. I do agree with that as well, but unfortunately, if we are able to measure animal welfare, because systems have been created and everything can be measured in quantitative terms, like 100 points or 50 points, in terms of ethics, you cannot evaluate it. And the things that seem ethical for one person don't seem ethical for another one. And I would like to prevent the situation when one or another party says that they are the only right ones. In our sector, animal welfare is especially relevant, because if the mink is not taken care of well, they will not produce offspring well, and many offspring, and their fur, the quality of their fur will suffer, and then nobody will buy the fur from you, and so on. We can be proud of this phrase. A few years ago, a BBC4 journalist, John Douglas, came to Lithuania. He is an investigation journalist, and his objective was to come to an Eastern country, not a Scandinavian country, to see what is the situation with animal farming, because we know that the UK was the first one to ban the mink business. And of course, we were worried what he will think about it. And his phrase was the following. He spent a lot of time in my farm, and he was well prepared, and probably it was not the one day that he spent on such preparation, and he spent a full day from morning till night at our farm. And he said, I want to record a sound at this farm. At that moment, I think we had 40,000 animals, and there was no sound at that farm except for a dog barking far away, so he couldn't record anything. And this was on the first page of BBC, but in Lithuania, nobody made notice of it, because very often good things are never interesting for everyone. Only shocking things are. So a few words about the visits to the farm. People who visit the farm, 70%, 30 people agree with the farm's policy before they enter the farm, and having left the farm, the same people, 70% of the same group of people agrees with the farm policy. For instance, there are children who still don't know anything about milk production. They think that this comes from a dairy farm. It's the same with fur farming, because this is a very narrow economy branch. They don't know anything about it. I have friends, and they ask questions, and I see that they have no clue about this sector. That's why it's so easy to manipulate people's opinions when they do not have any further information sources. A few words about the public opinion. When this law was being drafted on the ban, it was stated that 80% is against fur farming. But we made another survey, and it was only 34.5%. We tried to clarify the reasons, which was the questions were worded differently. We were asking what your opinion towards fur farming at the farm is. Do you agree or don't or not agree, or are you indifferent or have no opinion? And this is the figure that we got, while the empty cages asked the following: do you agree that a wild animal should be killed for the purposes of fur? So actually they use the following words like a wild animal, killing, and so on, but animals are not killed. Killed in Lithuania is used for homicide, for killing people. And regarding animals, we have a different terminology like stunning and so on. So now, this campaign has come to Lithuania from abroad. It is being done very professionally. They are being paid for that, and we see that the organization is looking for employees. And the worse the picture of such farmers as us in the media, the more money they raise. For instance, they are able to raise 170,000 per 24 hours, which is not easy, but they manage, and most of that is spent on their salaries. Now, regarding employees. I won't go into that. Now, this is the picture from the first country that banned fur farming, the UK. Probably the support amounts, which were considerable, were not sufficient to decommission the farms, to close the farms. Probably it was not enough. And you see the view as it is. I hope this will not happen in Lithuania. Thank you.
Ribojote, tai esate nusipelnęs.
Thank you. Please stay here. Since you did not exceed your speaking time, I think you deserve a present. I cannot promise you a fur coat, but I would like to ask Mr. Svetoius and Mr. Petrashka, so this is a surprise for you.
Ir kalba maža. Linas ir aš pasakysime.
And we'll say a few words, Linas and me. Well, I would like to thank the real lovers and keepers of animals, because those who are simply interested in speaking about killing, those who love animals, they communicate with animals, they take care of them, and over thousands of years, people have bred new species of animals and have coexisted. And if we say that these animals are no longer needed, this means that we will eradicate all animals that we ourselves have bred. So I think that this year should be the year of our unity, of centralization, to protect the rights of agricultural workers and animal keepers.
Dėkui.
Thank you.
Artėjame jau prie.
Well, we're coming to the final touches of our conference. I would like to invite Mr. Dainius Radzevičius, who is the chairman of the Lithuanian Journalists Union.
Ačiū, Ginai.
Thank you, Ginas. I thought that there would be more vegans here, in the best sense of this word. I love traveling. I've traveled to about 60 countries, and in February I traveled to Mexico with my family, and after that trip I understood that I'm becoming a real vegetarian, because we ate a lot of meat, not enough vegetables. But then I also remembered that I once traveled to Cambodia, and after some time we started looking for lard, for pig fat, because we really missed it. Well, I can say that I'm from a village, and my family has kept chickens and rabbits and some fur animals that were also used for meat. So for today's discussion, I wanted to suggest a different topic. It is different from what I heard from you. I realized that it is good to categorize people into 94% and 6% according to what they eat. But, well, I had a family member who declared that he was a vegan, but then I offered him some rabbit meat and explained that rabbits fed on grass, so he accepted. Here you can see the categories of Lithuanian companies seen from the point of view of advertisers. Well, when it comes to fur animals, there are a couple of things, that is animal health and animal welfare and certain philosophies, and there's also science. And when I look at this table, I'm trying to decide where, into which column would vegans, vegetarians, or omnivorous people would fall. And I remember one party where one of my friends said that there are one of my friends of the Kyrgyzstan said that there are two animals in the world that eat the largest amounts of meat, that is wolves and people of Kyrgyzstan. Currently, the public space is dominated by images with animals being treated badly. I probably shouldn't be saying this in public, but the things that are shown in the public space are a disruption that catches our attention. I will always remember one day when one Lithuanian archbishop, when he heard that I was to attend one of the conferences, asked me what I was going to do there. And I told him that I graduated from a Catholic media academy, and he said, "You?" So I understood that those categories, that is journalists and Catholics, are irreconcilable, according to some. So I thought that after this conference, you will realize that the things that can be proven do not have the same effect. One of my friends once tried to convince me that it is good that our former prime minister was right in telling us to tighten our belts and save. And the more my friend spoke, the more I realized that we are going to be beaten up by other people who are listening. We are talking about Lithuanian people today, about their reactions and their understanding. And when listening to your discussion today, I felt that this was a discussion among people who don't confront each other, but who understand each other and agree among themselves. And the questions related to veganism, vegetarianism, are questions of belief. We once had a seminar with colleagues in a delphinarium in Klaipėda, and I made friends with one dolphin, and I thought that we became really close. But then I realized that after some time I will not recognize that dolphin. You know, I came back in 30 minutes. I was trying to locate the same dolphin, and I couldn't. So these discussions are similar. I ask myself from time to time, Lithuania has certain traditionally recognized religions, including Islam. And when I mention this to my family, everybody looks at me as if I was mad, because we don't have any Islamic Muslim festivals. We only celebrate Catholic festivals. But that religion is also recognized here. Well, when preparing for this conference, I looked through my archive, and I love, I must make an admission, I love meat and I like undercooked meat, but there are people who don't eat meat and are proud of that. And I usually don't read about these people because this is a question of religion. And since I don't follow that religion, why should I read what those people have to say? But some people read this, they discuss, they also try to prove that those who don't eat meat are mad, and the others try to prove the opposite. For example, within my family, I also had a dispute which Zeppelin's potato dumplings were better, with meat or with curd cheese. So this is the same discussion. Then halal products are also a matter of a certain lifestyle and religion. So when preparing for this discussion, I wanted to find things that would show how absurd the discussions might become. For example, there are fears that there would be a referendum that will ban something. And for example, some people who talk about LGBT rights, they are saying that LGBT people will overtake our families. We all should read labels. Whenever we buy anything, we should read a label. And once I read a label, I sometimes think that I shouldn't have done that, because, well, I being a meat eater, I wouldn't want to eat a pastry with the filling of an advocate, not avocado, but the advocate. Some people told me, there are too many additives, artificial additives in that product. But I said, one of the ingredients is an advocate. So when I read, I see advocate. The majority of people simply see a pastry. The topic that is really relevant here and exists is important for you as politicians and for you who work in the area of in food and industry and in the area of animal production. So I think that it is a matter of communication, and we should only respond to things that are published in the media when there is a discussion, because if we respond to a comment, well, I don't know what good could come out of that. I remember one Lithuanian priest who said that, who during a discussion about alcohol consumption said, you can drink a little bit of alcohol, but not too much. And I saw that the majority of people in that congregation were very happy to hear that, because they realized that they could have their one drink, and that's what they needed. And at the very end, while we are discussing about fur animals, what we can do with them and who loves them more, the one who eats them or the one who raises them for fur, well, I'm a Buddhist in my heart, and whenever I travel, I usually have this image of a happy Buddha in my mind. And you know that Buddhism is a special religion. There are a lot of vegans. But when I look at this happy Buddha, I wonder how many plants did he have to eat. And we shouldn't be deceived by stereotypes. Buddhists can have very different opinions about food, and many religious people say that there are much more significant things in life than food. So let us discuss. I believe that Mr. Andriukaitis gave us an overview of the discussions at the European Commission, and I believe that the politicians who had their manifests and who, for example, who was supported by those 6%, not everybody out of those 6% would agree with you when it comes to fur animals. And sometimes if there are too many images about animals kept in bad conditions, might finally make different conclusions. Well, I can draw a parallel with the event in Ukraine. Well, some people, when they see destroyed houses, they encourage, they see just a destroyed house. Others say that we should use more javelins, and the others say Russia go forward. So, well, when you see a text, have a look at that value table, and please be aware that people looking at the same text and at the same message might understand it very differently. So I wish you luck, I wish you happiness and tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dainius. Sometimes communication is based on two different attitudes, and both parties try to convince each other. And in this case, we sometimes need such attitude that things are somewhat possible. So I believe that in the further discussion, we will use this attitude. Now the floor is to Raimundas Juknevičius, who is the chairman, the president of the Lithuanian Farmers Union. There have been so many professors and high-ranking officials, and it would be very complicated to add anything else sensible. So I will only try to speak as an ordinary rural resident. First, I would like to try and understand where we are today. And for that, we need to look back into the future, which is revealed by archaeological research. And this revealed that from the very outset of the humanity, the archaeologists find that people used to eat meat and dress in fur and make tools from the animals' bones. Later on in history, we see the fact that fur was kind of currency. And and there are also other discoveries in history. For instance, there have been berry gatherers, and later on agricultural practices appeared which generated food. If we take the Middle Ages, if there were people who didn't eat meat, who of them did out of conviction, and who of them simply could not afford it? So what do we have today? We live as a well-off society, which means that we have a lot of supply. And the immense supply has given today's result. So first of all, if we didn't have alternatives to furs, would we be discussing in principle today about whether we need them? So the question is, how do those economically interested individuals to occupy the fur market, how do they do it? How many proactive efforts do we see there? Then another question. You mentioned the war. Would it be not the actions of a hostile country, the course of action to instill any kind of conflict in society? And actually, we see that these are facts. When the same state supports the extremists of one side and the extremists of quite an opposite side. So we are speaking about political issues. Probably we should also mention one more aspect. We want to be very contemporary, which means that There are so many fashions of eating, dressing up, but fashions come and go. And we want to be fashionable, and we are in a democratic country, and we want super democracies. And therefore, sometimes we get lost. To what extent the interests of the majority should be protected, and to what extent this democracy should avoid violating the interests of the minorities. So it looks like that those feeling that they can exploit the shortcomings of the democratic system, they feel that they can shout out loud. And strangely enough, the politicians hear them much clearer than the 99% of those with a different opinion, which is reflected in political decisions. So I won't go into detail because many clever people have talked about many important things. So actually, we have an individual human rights, the constitution, other legislation which protects the human rights or describes them. And we also have another area of piece of legislation regulating animal welfare, and legislation has described them, has regulated that area well too. But if we look into those who shout out loud on barrels, they declare that they protect animals' rights. And here we should start thinking about whether people have their rights or animals have rights. We had a very good discussion today about that. We are human beings, and the objective of our community is to take care of the rights of individuals, human rights. The duty of the farmers, respectively, of what they are growing, what type of food they are growing, or whether they are contributing to cleaner energy, like cultivating energy crops, or whether they are the suppliers of alternative raw materials for the industry. They are doing this only to contribute to the prosperity of the society. It's not because they want to earn a lot. If people do not pay, people do not produce. This is the law of the community. So the question is, do this 1 or several percent have the right to say that those who are growing or farming are not correct, or those who are buying are crookers? Thank you very much for listening to me, probably. I hope I have spoken to the point. Thank you, Raimundas. Actually, we have heard many presentations of your attitudes, so maybe somebody has a different opinion, and we could organize a discussion on that. But please stick to the rules. Everybody should bear in mind that the person's right to take the floor does not underride other people's right to express their opinion and take the floor. So this is the microphone, and if you want to take the floor and say something, please come up, introduce yourself, and say it.
Ačiū labai. Ačiū labai.
Tik maldauju, kad nereikėtų man sakyti stop. Nu, ta prasme.
Aš labai tikiuosi tilpti kažkur į 3 minutės.
Can I have 3 minutes? Okay, if I exceed 3 minutes, you have to stop me immediately, okay? I will introduce myself. Edita Garabociene. I eat meat from Pašilale. I graduated from Vilnius University, and my daughters also thought that it was a good educational establishment, and they are studying there. I would like to support the empty cages, the red wave, the rebellion extinction, and some other organizations which you are saying are extremists. I would like to say that I will try to list facts and arguments. I studied biology, and I trained my students to present their theses or presentations, and I taught them to present facts rather than emotions. I have heard here and elsewhere that we should consume because we are consumers. Yes, I understand, we are. But I believe that we must be responsible consumers and take into consideration scientific data, which I will present to you and will give you the names of the professors from whom I got the data. Regarding GMO, GMO technologies are not harmful when working with microorganisms. This is linear general structure. But you shouldn't play carelessly with GMO, with and from the department, Professor Ranchalis, we heard that there are certain gene sequences which we so far have not yet researched, and till we have not researched it, we do not know what impact the GMOs may have on the body. Here you have also spoken about the freedom to choose. The COVID situation in Lithuania has demonstrated how cruel people start becoming when they are closed inside their homes for too long, and what it means when Nida Viseliauskaitė says that she would like to choose and die free at her free will. When we speak about dangerous pandemics, one of the conditions is to limit the freedom of choice too. The member of honor of the Liberal Youth and a member of Liberal Party for a number of years, me being this person, I have to say that my freedom has to stop where somebody else's freedom starts. Yes, we are individuals and we have achieved a lot, but we have achieved so much that a professor in ecology would state that we shouldn't be speaking about the climate change because we are already experiencing the climate crisis. And according to my forecast, we will have yet even more difficult 2 years.
Gal galima.
Well, you have managed to fit in the 3 minutes. Would you like to say something else?
Vyteni, jūs norėjote patikslinti.
Vitanis would like to specify something.
Paskatinti jūs, todėl kad šios dienos konferencija yra neišpasakytai svarbi.
Today's conference has been extremely important. In the EU, in political debates, they are dominated by strong economic interests, and I have heard the opinions of people who required to ban glyphosate, and there were people saying that glyphosate is the least harmful weed destruction substance. It's not a pesticide, it's a herbicide. While in Lithuania there was an attitude dominating that glyphosate has to be banned. This signal may have very many negative consequences. Another issue is GMO plants and products, and unfortunately, the biologist colleague has left, but it would be really worthwhile organizing discussions, because this is a huge opportunity to modernize agriculture, protect people's health, save costs, save soil resources, water resources, energy resources, because there are such crops that use much less water, much more resistant to pests, and they can. With the help of these plants, we can grow targeted production, which is health beneficial. And I would like to warn you that there will be a lot of pressure, both at the European Parliament and elsewhere, and the Commission will have to balance between the situation in the Parliament, and we'll see what the petition signature process looks like afterwards, and then there will be the discussion with the ministers of agriculture in the council. So this event is relevant not only for today, because if later a piece of legislation is submitted, it has to be acknowledged by the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council. Normally, the Parliament's resolutions are declarative. They are saying that, okay, we have adopted a resolution, but 60% of those resolutions do not have a legal power, because only during the trialogues, the documents that voted for and approved in the trialogues between the Parliament, the Commission, and the Council have the legal power. So speak to your representatives in the Parliament. Of course, your government representatives will vote in the Council. And of course, the Commission will always be for a balanced decision, because the Commission refers to science and economic calculations and impact assessments. And on long-term prospects, impact assessments are extremely important, but in politics, very often, populistic elements are decisive. You remember there was a discussion on the trade agreement between the EU and the US, and this was one of the best agreements, like stop TTIP, and you may face colossal situations. Then we have cloning problems. You know what it means for the breeders to get the necessary sperm and where it comes from. Then, due to populism, cloning no longer happens here in the EU, but it was namely in the EU, in the UK, that cloning was invented. So we are in a very difficult situation. And I encourage Mr. Pranckietis to organize discussions on cloning, on GM, on crossbreeding technologies. And I would like to warn you that there are politically such loud countries where bans may happen, like in the UK. So if there is a European regulation banning that, even though a minority group of people is against, we should be very cautious. And I encourage you to be very actively, because you have to aspire for more expression of rationalism decisions in the Lithuanian public.
Aš trumpą tokią čia matau, kad vis tiek.
Well, I can see that the majority of people in the audience are people who are keeping animals. You will come back home from this conference and will be thinking, what have I brought? What have I taken away from it? Will my future be safe? I don't think so, and that is the problem. Well, at the beginning of the conference, we had an introductory speech from the ministry. This wasn't in the highest authority within the ministry. Just somebody was sent to say a few welcoming words, and they left in the afternoon. So maybe we will be heard beyond this room by those who are watching online. So, Mr. Viktoras, you are our hope, because you are the person who can change this world. Well, the pork farms, pig meat farms are closing. Well, there is one farm which is exemplary in terms of animal welfare, but that farm will close by autumn. Poultry farms are facing problems. Fur farms are facing problems. Bovine farms are also on the brink of extinction. So why is it so? That is my question. Maybe Jonas might be able to answer. Well, I believe that everybody has spoken, and as Mr. Juknevičius said, that everything is justified from the economic and scientific point of view, and everybody is right. Well, we have invested into agriculture about 25 billion euros, and what is the result? We don't have any flax farms. There are only several pig meat farms which are going to close in the autumn if their cost of production is 150, 160, and they received considerably less. The EU has allocated about 7 million for compensations, and all this money will go to pig meat farms. So we have invested that money, and we only have 230,000 cows. We used to have 25,000 dairy producers. We now have only 16,000. So everything is coming to an end. The same goes for poultry farms. And why is that? We are implementing everything that we are told. We're implementing EU regulations, which are 600 pages long. Well, we follow the requirements regarding fertilizers, regarding tractors. So we did everything, but we are still blamed. We are blamed for polluting the environment. And it has been stated that the Baltic Sea is the most polluted sea, but who caused this pollution? Us? Well, so in Varena region we have 200 cows, in Prienai 1,000. I also spoke to one environmentalist, and well, in cities we have a lot of wastewater. That water needs to be cleaned. How is it cleaned? Well, and that wastewater contains antibiotics, contraceptives, and everything that is produced on the basis of phosphates. So everything is released into the environment, and that so-called manure is transported for free and scattered in the fields. But is that waste analyzed in laboratories? We are told that everything is okay, but well, people in cities will eat products grown on their own manure. So nobody knows how much meat we need to produce, how much milk we need to produce. Everything is very chaotic. We have white books, we have green books. We gave 770 million euros for farmers to withdraw from the sector. Now we are waiting for them to come back. And then when you read farmers' newspaper, it says that the focus is on logistical centers, schools are closing, communities are shrinking. And where are the specialists? Where are the veterinarians? Where are the breeders? There are no people who would be able to work. I'm going to produce several TV shows, and I will show the farms with 170 cows closing. We also have rural development programs aimed at the dairy sector, but the funding is not used. And why is it not used? Because it is not profitable. People don't have money and they don't want to take loans. So if the ministries will continue, if the ministry continues as it does now, we are going nowhere. So we will simply disappear. So what I want to say, the future of Lithuanian agriculture is a dark night, and you can bury your heads in the sand and sleep peacefully.
Yra dar koks balsas? Šiaip jau mes, aišku, irgi šiek tiek.
Yes, we have exceeded our time limits, but I can see that Mr. Viktoras will draw some conclusions. Well, you spoke about agricultural support. I want to go back to the topic. We are talking about fur farms today. These farms don't receive any support. They are self-sufficient and they pay high taxes. And if we were to ask individual farms how much they pay, I think that your farm pays about 1,000 euros in taxes every day. I remember reading these statistics. And we are now trying to close the business that is operating legally. We are trying to take away money from Lithuanian people. We are trying to take away the support that is currently provided by you to Ukraine. We also have a family in Vilkia which employs about 70 to 80 people, and they would lose their jobs. we are trying to do good things for agriculture and rural areas. But, well, and I must admit that I'm one of the people who can be blamed for the failures and successes of the government. But other people who should be hearing this are missing. It is not our objective to eradicate what is performing well. Our objective is to support these people and to support the usual way of life in rural areas. That's what we should be talking about. And we shouldn't be thinking about how we will look in social media. If I speak against those who say that fur animals should be kept. And I said something that Professor Tevelis will probably like. I said that we could dress a hen in the colors of our national flag and send it to fight for the rights of roosters. Yes, but I should clarify that you are the government, you are the political level, and we are your voters. So the question was what we are going to take away from this conference. My suggestion is this. Well, here you will be able to see the resolution of the conference. That resolution is addressed to the Parliament of the Republic and the government of Lithuania. So the text says the following. In discussing the issues of animal welfare and related issues, we suggest following the science, and we urge the cooperation with farmers, scientists, and veterinary experts, and have a critical view of the lobbying activities of animal activists and PR. And we also encourage to assess realistic financial possibilities of the Lithuanian government. And we will then list the associations that will sign this resolution. So your applause will indicate your willingness to sign this resolution. So the Poultry Association, the Lithuanian Pig Growers Association, the Lithuanian Association of Agricultural Companies, the Lithuanian Fur Association, and the Lithuanian Union of Farmers. Thank you very much for your attention and for your patience. And I would like to invite the representatives of the associations that I listed to come to one spot and sign the resolution. There is an empty spot for the Empty Cages initiative. Thank you very much.